Good morning, Council, and welcome to Vancouver City Council's meeting of Tuesday, October 31st, 2023. Also noting it's a very special day. Happy Halloween. We've got a few costumes here in Chambers. So this council meeting is convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw and the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to each of you. Video council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs, do not use the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of council chambers. We would also like to acknowledge today that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim is absent this morning. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence for personal business all day. Councillor Dominato is in the chair. Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague. Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Zhou.
Present.
You have quorum. Councillor Dominato.
Thank you, clerks. I'll review the plan for the day. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind council that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and will instead refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. For today's agenda, we have 3 administrative items: in-camera motion, adoption of minutes, and matters adopted on consent, 1 presentation, 2 communications reports, 5 staff reports, 10 bylaws, 2 administrative motions, notice of council member motions, new business, and inquiries and other matters. The plan for today will be to break at noon for lunch, followed by the in-camera meeting, return at 3 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda if we haven't completed it before that time. In camera. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority under the Vancouver Charter are listed in the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go in camera later this week? Moved. Seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, say yay. Okay. None opposed? That carries unanimously. Minutes. The minutes 1 are from the council meeting on October 17th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, can I get a mover to move adoption? Councillor Zhou, seconder. Councillor Montague. All in favor, say aye. And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Council. Minutes 2 are from the public hearing on October 17th and 19th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, can I get a mover to adopt? Councillor Klassen, seconder. Councillor Montague. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. Minutes 3 are from the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finances Services on October 18th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, can I see a mover to adopt? Councillor Bly, seconder. Councillor Carr. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Minutes 4 are from the public hearing on October 19th, 2023. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, can I get a mover? Councillor Bly, seconded. Councillor Zhou. All in favor? Aye, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. Now we're at matters adopted on consent. Council will now consider matters adopted on consent. We have communications reports 1 and 2 and reports 1, 2, and 3 on the consent agenda for Council's consideration. Report 4 is being held to hear from speakers, and Report 5 contains options for Council's consideration. Council may adopt the recommendations for communications reports 1 and 2 and the staff reports 1, 2, and 3 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the items for debate or questions to staff members? And I see Councillor Carr.
Yes, could we hold report 1, please?
Report 1. Okay, report 1 is held. Communications report 1? Okay, you've been advanced. So clerks, do you have that? So report 1 and communications report 1 are held. I'll wait a minute for others if there's any clerks. Okay. Do we want to just text staff? Do we need some help with Crestron then for members? Do we want to take a 2-minute recess just to get that sorted out? Slow. It's coming up. Okay. You can just wait. Clerks, could I just get a pen too as well? Staff report 3. I'm just going to review what I've heard and make sure that I've got all of them. I've heard a request to hold communications report number 1 by Councillor Fry, a request to hold a staff report number 1, Councillor Carr, and to hold staff report number 3, Councillor Clausen. Is that correct? Okay. That means otherwise all the other reports will be adopted on consent. So that would be communications report 2 and staff report number 2. Clerks, have I got that right? And then maybe just before we do that, can I just check if there's any declarations of conflict of interest on the consent items? Hearing none. Then, yeah, go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Can I just clarify if report 4 and 5 are on consent?
Report 4 is being held for speakers, and report 5 is not on consent, is my understanding with staff. So we're not there yet. We're just dealing with communications report 2 and staff report 2 are on consent. I had a mover, I believe, Councillor Carr. Seconder, Councillor Meisner. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye, and that carries unanimously. Thank you. So just to revisit, we have communications report 2 and staff report 2 that have passed on consent. Okay. So we will start with our first, are we going to start with our presentation, staff, right now, before we move into the other items? Okay, okay. So we will move to our presentation. We have one presentation today, the 2023 homeless count. Staff from Arts, Culture, and Community Services are here to present. Council, just as a reminder, you will have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of staff, team members, and the presenters. But I will turn it over to staff to make the presentation. Do you have the presentation lined up?
Share it.
Just give you a minute. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Celine Mobles, Managing Director of Housing and Homelessness Services. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are here today on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, who have cared for these lands for time immemorial, and just want to express my commitment to continuing to work with them in a good way. For the count today, we also owe our gratitude to Luma Native Housing Society, who is both the Indigenous and designated community entity for the federal Reaching Home program and responsible for the count and the data that we're going to share with you today. They did the count in partnership with Van City Community Foundation and the support of the Homelessness Services Association of BC, who was the consultant that led the research component. I'll now hand it over to Dustin to take you through the results, and I'll provide some information on initiatives we have underway at the end before taking your questions. Brooke Mellis, who is our Director of Homelessness Services, is also here to answer questions. And I also understand from the clerks that the presentation will be posted on our website shortly, so folks can have a look for themselves. With that, I'll turn it over to Dustin. Thank you.
Hi, thanks everyone. My name is Dustin Lupik. I'm a social planner here with Homelessness Services. And so today we're going to be going through the 2023 Metro Vancouver homeless count. So this presentation today focuses on the results from the Metro Vancouver homeless count that took place on the evening of March 8th and on the day of March 9th throughout the Metro Vancouver region. But today's presentation will mainly focus specifically on the results from the City of Vancouver, as well as sort of situating Vancouver within the Metro Vancouver context. Just as a really quick overview, a point-in-time count provides a 24-hour snapshot on the number of people experiencing homelessness in a community. As Celine mentioned, the partners who were part of this, but it's also possible through collaboration with nonprofit service providers, including emergency shelters, drop-in centers, outreach teams throughout the city, Vancouver Coastal Health, Providence Health, Women's Hospital, and Parks, who all assisted with the data collection. 2023 was actually the second time that counts throughout the whole entire country allied. So federally, provincially, and regionally, counts occurred all in the same year. And they provide a demographic profile and tracked trends over time. We know that it is an undercount. It's estimated that a point-in-time count is about a 20% undercount on the homeless population, but it is a recognized methodology and it allows us to track trends over time. It's also really important to allow governments, such as the City of Vancouver, and service providers to plan programs to look at addressing homelessness and to measure our progress in working to support people that are experiencing homelessness. So going now into the findings. There we go. So within the City of Vancouver, there were 2,420 people who were identified as experiencing homelessness on the street and in sheltered locations during the homeless count. The unsheltered number of 605 represents the number of people who stayed in an unsheltered location the previous night, and this includes people who stayed outside in an encampment, a vehicle, abandoned structure or building, as well as people who may have stayed with someone else's where their place that's not their own and they don't have another place where they pay rent. The shelter number of 1,815 represents the number of people staying in emergency shelters, detox, safe houses, and transition houses, as well as those who are staying in hospitals or were in jail who have no fixed address to return to. Looking sort of within the regional context, when we look at Metro Vancouver, based on the municipal population estimates in relation to the homeless count, the City of Vancouver has the highest per capita number of people experiencing homelessness at around 36 people per 10,000. This is followed by New Westminster and the City of Surrey. However, when we look at shifts in the region, we can see that the number of people experiencing homelessness is increasing everywhere. During the Metro Vancouver count, there were 4,821 people who were identified as experiencing homelessness in the Metro Vancouver region. And the largest increase during the 2023 count was in the City of Surrey that saw an increase of 416 people, or 65%. Although Vancouver has a comparatively low increase of 16% compared to the previous count, we can see that the actual increase of 325 is the second highest in the region. Further to that, while Vancouver has 25% of the regional population, based on numbers from the count, half, or 50% of people experiencing homelessness are residing in the City of Vancouver. This is a reduction compared to 2020 when 58% of people lived in Vancouver who experienced homelessness. However, as we've seen from the previous slide, this is not due to a reduction in homelessness in Vancouver, but a significant increase in other communities around the region. As you can see from this graph, the gap is not from one community in particular, but spread out throughout the region. So now we're going to look at some numbers from Vancouver in particular. Again, a point-in-time count is just a 24-hour snapshot, and we recognize it as an undercount. Not everyone who is experiencing homelessness is found, and not everyone agrees to conduct a survey. With that in mind, 2,420 people were counted on the day of the count, and again, which is a 16% increase from 2020, and actually a 9% increase from 2019, which was the previous high in the city of Vancouver. Looking a bit closer at some of the actual survey results that came from the homeless count, 71% of respondents reported being homeless for at least a year, and this represents a 17% increase from 2020. And then 18% of respondents reported being homeless for less than 6 months, which is a pretty large reduction from 2020. What we also have seen is that unsheltered individuals are more likely to have experiences of homelessness for over a year. So 79% of unsheltered homeless had experienced homeless for over a year, compared to 64% of sheltered people experiencing homelessness. Next, we're going to look at the connections that people have to the city of Vancouver of people experiencing homelessness. And based on survey data, people experiencing homelessness in Vancouver have strong connections to the city. Over 3/4, or 78% of individuals, were living in Vancouver when they became homeless. And the majority of people had lived in Vancouver for over 5 years. When we look at survey respondents who were unsheltered, 2/3 of them had access shelter, an emergency shelter in the previous year. In practice, this means that they have access shelter and do interact with the shelter system, but were not in a shelter on the night of the count. And additionally, over half had stayed at someone else's place in the previous year. Looking at gender and sexual identity, 23% of survey respondents identified as women, 3% of survey respondents identified with another gender identity. This means 73% of respondents identified as men, and these numbers have been consistent over the last number of counts. However, women are undercounted in point-in-time counts and more likely to exhaust all other resources before becoming homeless, including living in unsafe situations that may have partner violence, and this may result in them not being counted on the day of the count. There are also less women-specific shelters compared to men-specific shelters in the city of Vancouver. In Vancouver, 17% of shelters are women-specific beds, while 44% of shelter beds in the city are men-specific beds. 3% of respondents identified as having transgender experience. And looking at sexual identity, 13% of survey respondents identified with a 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Turning now to look at age. This slide shows the percentage of people in each age group being either youth, adults, or seniors, with adults between the ages of 25 to 54 comprising the largest proportion of the homeless population. For the most part, the age breakdown has been relatively consistent year over year. And seniors and youth are generally more likely to be sheltered than unsheltered compared to adults. Around 70% of youth and 70% of seniors were sheltered compared to just about 50% of adults. When we look at first-time homeless and looking at seniors specifically, almost half, or 47% of seniors, experienced homelessness for the first time when they were already a senior, meaning until the age of 55, they had never experienced homelessness, and something happened that resulted in them experiencing homelessness for the very first time. If we look at all survey respondents again, we can also see that 35% are or were previously in the care of the ministry as a child or youth, and this shows the gap in supports for youth aging out of care. Looking now to the Indigenous individuals experiencing homelessness, Indigenous people continue to be vastly overrepresented in homelessness in Vancouver. People with Indigenous identity comprise 39% of respondents, while compared to just over 2% of the population. And this has been consistent count over count. What this means is that Indigenous people are 18 times more likely to be homeless than non-Indigenous people. This is a disturbing and concerning trend, and we've seen this consistently since homeless counts started in the city of Vancouver. And Indigenous people are more likely to be unsheltered than non-Indigenous respondents. Almost half of unsheltered respondents identified as Indigenous. And 65% of Indigenous respondents experienced homelessness for the first time as a youth. And this is compared to 46% of non-Indigenous respondents, which shows that for people experiencing homelessness that are Indigenous, their first experience of homelessness is at a much younger age. For the first time during the 2023 homeless count, respondents were asked about their experience with residential schools in particular, and 67% of Indigenous respondents reported experiences with residential schools, either themselves, a parent, or a grandparent. Now looking at the racial identity profile, we can see that people that identify as Black continue to be overrepresented in the homeless count population. Factors such as discrimination, language barriers, historical trauma, and colonization have a cumulative effect, and they also link to experience of homelessness and being able to break the cycle of homelessness in Canadian society. Because of these realities experienced by individuals who are part of racialized and additionally newcomer communities, they're different than that of other communities. It's important to recognize the unique challenges they may face in accessing housing and services. Now to turn to look at some of the drivers of homelessness. So there are many reasons why someone may experience homelessness. In most situations, homelessness is caused by the impacts of several different intersecting factors over time, rather than a single incident. We have, of course, the structural factors being either poverty, lack of affordable housing. We have individual factors, which include traumatic events, mental health or addictions, as well as systemic factors, which look at aging out of care, discharges from hospital into homelessness, for example. There are often though complex stories behind everyone that's experiencing homelessness, and the categories here sort of attempt to capture them. People were asked the top reasons or the reason for their housing loss, and they were able to provide multiple responses. As you can see here, not enough income at 28% is the #1 response, and this has been consistent through previous homeless counts. If we look at income in particular, respondents are asked about what their income sources are. Almost 3/4 of respondents are either on income assistance or disability. Almost 20% receive income either through informal employment, honoraria, or money from family and friends. And only 8% of respondents indicated that they had no income source. As you can see from the results listed here, there's a diverse number of reasons why someone may have for their housing loss, and that none of these are outside of not enough income. None of them are the overwhelming #1 or #2 response, but we can see that again, there's a number of intersecting reasons that are the drivers of homelessness. And then looking at health, in most situations, someone who's experiencing homelessness has a lot of interactions with the healthcare system, and we see that 63% of respondents indicated they had 2 or more health concerns. People are able to self-identify what a health concern is for themselves and are able to give multiple responses. As you can see, the #1 response is addiction, followed by mental health issue, medical condition or illness, physical disability, and then a learning disability or cognitive impairment. Additionally, while 19% of sheltered respondents indicated they had no health concerns, only 9% of unsheltered respondents indicated they had no health concerns, meaning that the likelihood of someone having health challenges increases if they are unsheltered. And additionally, 32% of respondents self-identified as having an acquired brain injury, meaning that a brain injury that happened after they were born. Lastly, we asked people about what services they accessed in the previous year. And just looking at healthcare responses in particular, again, you can see people experiencing homelessness have a large number of interactions with the healthcare system, with almost half be accessing an emergency room, the hospital, health clinic, and the ambulance over the previous year. Now I'm going to pass it over to Celine, who's going to look over some of the responses with the city to homelessness.
We have a number of initiatives underway. I'm just going to speak to a few today along what we call the lower end of the housing continuum, as you can see here, including our response to folks providing direct services, shelters, SROs, and our work around delivery of supportive housing. Most importantly, is the work of our homelessness services outreach team. We do street outreach both in encampments and to unsheltered locations across the city, supporting people, as well as providing direct services in our office down on Powell Street. We probably serve about 120 clients a day. We're co-funded by BC Housing, and we do a lot of work around housing and homeless prevention, so helping people maintain their housing, as well as providing direct supports to income, housing, health, and other supports. We also work really closely with BC Housing in terms of their coordinated access and assessment program, and making sure that we are getting folks housed in the new buildings that we're bringing on side. Another really important initiative that we have, it's called the STEP program, and there we're working with folks that are living in supportive housing that can live more independently, so supporting them to find more affordable housing so we can make the best use of our limited supportive housing units. This just gives some stats of our outreach office, these are the 2022 totals, but they're consistent what we're seeing in 2023. So we're serving almost 7,000 unique clients in 2022, and that's 2,000 new clients, so folks that we've never worked with before. And through our work in 2022, we housed just over 600 people, and we think that the numbers will be about the same for this year. In terms of our shelter work, obviously that's our focus right now, given the weather as it turns colder. We have both year-round beds, just over 900. We have temporary year-round beds, over 500, and then also winter shelters. And right now, working to secure additional extreme weather response beds, as well as warming centers to ensure that when those temperatures get cold, that people have a place to come inside. And I think we've just sent council a memo with our latest sites and numbers, but we're actively working to secure more spaces. In terms of our work kind of looking ahead, building on just the presentation that Dustin provided, while we have 25% of the region's population, we have over 75% of housing, shelter in the region. So we really are working with our senior government, with the province, to take a leadership role and advocate for a regional response to homelessness, and really trying to support communities to build more emergency shelters and housing so that people in those communities can find the supports that they need. With the province, they've initiated a Heart and Hearth initiative. Heart and Hearth initiative. Heart is kind of a coordinated, integrated outreach team. So this in Vancouver is really building on the work that we do already. Hearth is the deployment of new housing and shelter, which was the delivery of just over 100 units of the workforce mods, as we call them, down on Ash and on Terminal. In our capital plan, we are looking to replace our temporary shelters with more purpose-built shelters. Again, we're working with senior governments to replace our SROs with self-contained social housing, and we do have some pilots underway to not only address the impacts of unsheltered homelessness on communities, but also finding new shelter models to support people to come inside. And with that, we're happy to take any questions. And thanks again to Luma for the data. Thank you.
And thank you for the presentation. You do have a few questions. I'll advance. Councillor Meisner, you're up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Thanks for the presentation and all of the data, sobering as it is. I just wanted to clarify something about the sheltered number in the overall count. So we have the overall count of 2,400 people identifying as homeless. Does sheltered, just for my information, is that people just in shelters, or is that people also in precarious housing situations, couch surfing, et cetera, or SROs? Does it include those people?
So for the shelter number, it includes people that will be in emergency shelters, within transition houses, people that are actually in the hospital, so say at St. Paul's, but in no fixed address to stay at the night of the count, as well as people that may be in jail on the night of the count with no fixed address. People that are staying within SROs, they do pay rent, so they don't actually meet the definition of homelessness for the homeless count. and so they would not be counted. And then people that are couch surfing or staying with someone else, if they were to have another place where they pay rent, they would be housed, so they wouldn't be counted. But if someone was staying at someone else's place and didn't have another place where they pay rent, they're actually part of the unsheltered population because they're not part of, they have no formal housing and they're not staying within a shelter or within that system.
Okay, so people who do live in SROs are not part of this.
They're not part of this, no.
Thank you. So how many shelter beds do we have in Vancouver on an ongoing basis, not counting the emergency response or extreme weather response shelter beds?
So around year-round shelter beds, it's approximately around 1,400 shelter beds that we have in the city of Vancouver. And that includes permanent and temporary, but ones that are open 365 days a year.
Okay, so given the disparity of almost 1,000 shelter beds between what's the people who are identifying as homeless and the number of shelter beds that we currently have, what is the biggest challenge for the city in terms of getting provincial funding, for example, space? Like, why can't we open more shelter beds?
A lot of it is space. Finding new locations. So many of our temporary shelters, we look at vacant retail spaces or vacant buildings, do some upgrades. We made some provisions in the building code to just ensure that we're meeting life safety requirements to quickly activate those spaces, but they're far from ideal in that they're not purpose-built. We do have a great partnership with BC Housing when we have brought new sites. They're also looking for sites, so we work together to coordinate inspections and quickly deploy those sites. A challenge is finding space.
Okay. Okay. Because BC Housing is responsible for funding the ongoing operations, is that
Correct, correct. So we have some limited budget to support contributions towards the lease costs or use our own buildings, and then BC Housing typically pays for the renovations as well as the ongoing operating costs, which are substantial.
Okay, so given the 1,000-bed shelter shortage or shelter bed shortage that we currently have, given these numbers, what is BC Housing doing, given this obviously emergency situation?
I know that their real estate department is actively looking to secure new sites, and I believe they're also doing that work throughout the region to ensure that folks have a place to stay in their own communities.
Okay. Okay, I'd love more information on their efforts, given that 1,000 shelter bed shortage. Okay, yep, that's it for me for questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Meisner. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, staff, for this presentation. I participate in the homeless count this year. Thanks, Brooke. I remember that day we worked for 3 hours in a rainy day, very cold day to collect this information. Really appreciate that. So, questions. So, I think on that day we talked to 8 people, and 2 people refused to participate in this homeless count. That's like 25% rejection rate. I think, Justin, you mentioned that at the beginning, 20% undercounted. Can you comment more about that undercount rate? Do we know for those 20% and those people, they are living in shelter or unsheltered? Do we have any idea about this undercount population?
Yeah, so the 20% comes from research that comes out of the United States through some academic research, and that's sort of been considered the best practice on what the undercount would be. If you spoke to 8 people and 2 may have decided not to, because in the city of Vancouver we've done the homeless count year over year, there has been some fatigue of people who decide they don't want to participate as they participated in the past. At the same time, one of the values of the homeless count is that we're able to compare to other communities and other regions, and that 20% undercount is actually seen to be consistent amongst all regions, So you're able to actually still look at a comparison because you have a consistent sort of undercount throughout. There's also, I don't know about those 2 particular individuals. They might have been counted later in the evening, or there might have been other opportunities. If they were staying in a sheltered location, they actually would have been counted through shelter data as well. So there are, outside of that one interaction, there are other opportunities for someone to be counted, but we do, again, know that it is an undercount.
Okay, thanks. So then if we consider 20% out of the 2,400, that's almost about 500 people undercounted, not in this stats at all. So my question is, when we're planning for the shelter space, do we always leave some buffers just in case there will be some people, some demand not included?
We don't hold spaces in shelters to meet demand, but we know that they do not typically run at full occupancy, so there is space. But again, even though many people access shelter, there are some barriers to shelter. So our outreach team is working really hard with people to encourage them to come inside. And one of the things that we do as well when we're creating shelters is we're making sure that we're reducing barriers that might prevent someone from coming in. So you can bring your pets, you can bring your belongings, perhaps there's space for couples in the shelter. So just trying to create as many opportunities for people to come inside as possible.
Okay, thanks, Celine. The other question is, talking about the methodology. The last homeless count is in 2020.
That's correct.
Is there any major difference or major change in terms of the methodology compared to the previous homeless count?
The numbers, the totals continue to increase, but the overall demographics remain largely the
I
same.
mean, I'm just talking about the methodology part.
The methodology has been consistent since 2005, since we started. Yes, that's how we're able to collect the comparative data that we can see trends year over year.
Okay, so they are truly comparable compared
Correct,
to previous.
yeah.
Perfect. One more last question. So, we saw the homeless count increase significantly for all across the BC. Some in other municipality in Metro Vancouver as well. So, what is our regional approach working with those municipalities? Because this is really a regional issue.
It really is. We've done some outreach to some of the municipalities on a staff-to-staff basis because we get a lot of calls because people are facing similar challenges in their communities related to encampments or unsheltered homelessness. We are really looking to the province with Heart and Hearth, which is their approach to support kind of those regional approaches. But there's a lot of work to be done.
Okay, so is there any regular meetings with other municipalities talking about this?
Not at this point.
Okay. All right, thanks. That's all my question.
Thanks, Councillor Zhou. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Happy to continue on with Councillor Zhou's questions. Just in conversation with Metro as a sort of regional body, I'm just curious if, given that that Metro really took the lead on this count, how are we leveraging the partnerships through Metro to advocate to the province? Because I think what Councillor Zhou and others seem to reflect is that there seems to be this silo in reporting out and tracking this data. And given that the crisis is growing across the region, just looking for more tangible clarity around what kind of conversations are happening with staff at Metro and how we can leverage that relationship to advocate to the province.
This count wasn't done by Metro, it was done by LUMA. So LUMA is the new community entity for the federal program. So they're now responsible. Metro previously was the community entity, so it was responsible for the count. And then that way, it was advantageous because they were the convener and there were more opportunities for municipalities to come together. I know that LUMA has presented the results to the staff committee, the social planning staff committee at Metro. So there have been presentations of the data, but I don't know if there's more beyond that.
Okay, well, we can certainly take that away. I see the city managers.
Thanks, Councillor, and appreciate the questions on this. What I would say is the data that we've spoken about here, and in particular the disproportionate location of services in Vancouver, is an issue that I think we've all raised with our colleagues at Metro. I have as well. Very limited uptake.
Okay. Well, we can take.
It's not an issue that we're getting traction to staff level on.
That's good to know, and we certainly have an opportunity to move that ahead. So I just want to follow up related to drivers of homelessness. It's referenced in systemic factors, discharge into homelessness. Is that discharge from healthcare, discharge from incarceration? Can we just get a little bit more detail around?
Sure, and this wouldn't be necessarily from the data from the actual survey, but there are people that have been discharged from hospital, people that have been discharged from jail or penitentiary, but there has been, and we've seen it on the news when it shows up, that people that are directly discharged from hospital into homelessness.
Yeah, okay. And just, okay, that's helpful to get some clarity on. Around, there's a data point that it appears that people are staying homeless longer than a year. that particular number of folks that are remaining homeless after a year. Does staff have insight for council to better understand why that is?
Yeah. Sure. I mean, we try and make homelessness rare, brief, and one time. You'll notice because it's a percentage of 100. If it goes up, something else has to go down. So instances of short-term homelessness have decreased. Whether that's because someone who does experience homelessness for a short period of time is housed, that's a possibility as well, which would then increase the percentage of people that are homeless longer. But we have seen, again, that there is just overall chronic homelessness is increasing. We asked people about their how much time they've experienced homelessness over the previous year as well. And if people have experienced homelessness for over 6 months, they're classified as chronic homelessness. That is increasing. And so when someone does become homeless, if they are homeless for over 6 months, the likelihood of them being homeless for a longer period of time seems to be increasing based on the data we have.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you. Just two more quick questions. So will there be another count this spring?
Well, so this count is actually done by the Metro Vancouver through LUMA through the CE. So we were a participant in the count. It wasn't a City of Vancouver count itself. I don't know if you wanted to.
Just basically, when is the next future count that will be?
In 2026. It's done every 3 years.
Okay, great, thank you. The last question I have is around the STEP program. Can we, it was mentioned just briefly, but I am interested to know how many people are in that program right now. And maybe it's an updated.
Yeah, we'd be able to get you an update on that. Happy to provide a bit more information. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head.
Okay, great, thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Councillor Bly. Councillor Boyle, you have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Thank you for all of this presentation and all the work you're always doing. It is the time of year, especially in these last few cold days, when we get a lot of questions about warming shelters. And in particular, each winter, I hear concerns that the hours that the overnight extra warming shelters are open are quite short, so people are still waiting into the evening to get into a space. I'm wondering if you can just say a bit more about the extra work being done for the cold weather. I know there's a few layers, and then
Thank you for the question,
follow-ups, yeah.
Brooke Mellis.
Thanks.
So in terms of the spaces where we are able to provide warming centers or extreme weather response shelters, typically they are spaces that are used for other purposes. And so that's really the reason why they can't be open longer. So it could be community centers, churches, other community spaces that have daytime uses. So where possible, we try to continue to find places where the hours can be expanded, but that's generally the reason why.
Okay, and if it's a space where it can open a bit earlier, if it's a church that's not being used in the evening, or that's what we try to do, is have longer hours?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And one of the other questions I often get, both in the winter and in the summer around these extra spaces, is how far in advance we're confirming that they're open so that the local community can make sure they have a few days to be reaching out and people know that the space is open. And my sense is we've been improving on that over the last few years, but can you speak a bit more about how we're trying to plan some days in advance so people know the space will be open?
Sure. Yeah. So our team members are typically looking at the forecast 2 weeks in advance, but really just being very cautious about monitoring how that can change quite quickly. So we're trying to make sure we have a 48-hour window. So that's typically our baseline of ensuring. Often the notice, we've connected with the providers, they've agreed, and typically we're waiting to hear back from everyone. So that's sometimes the delay. So we continue to work on increasing that, speeding up that process so that we're only making one announcement so there's clarity for community.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful to know. I know I sometimes hear from one space who says, we're ready, and so it's helpful to know what those delays are. The navigation center that we have been talking about with the province for, I don't know, what feels like many years now, what's the latest there?
Yeah, so we're, as Celine had mentioned, we are very actively involved with BC Housing's real estate team as well. It's really about finding an ideal site. So we continue, our real estate continues to support us in that, as well as BC Housing's real estate. So yeah, it's about finding the right
Any
site. There's been some
sense
leads
of
and then
timeline?
we don't have anything concrete at the moment, but we do have a couple of sites that we're currently looking at with the province.
Okay.
Nothing concrete yet. We'll
Okay.
definitely let council know as soon as possible.
Does it need some sort of a fire? I mean, it feels, I'm sure, maybe it doesn't feel this way because you're actively working on it, but for council, it feels like it kind of gets mentioned and I'm wondering what helps it actually land?
That's a great question. I mean, some of the spaces are privately owned, so there's while deals are being negotiated, it's hard, it can fall through. I don't know if Celine, you want to add anything there, but we are definitely actively looking to secure sites, yeah.
I appreciate
It also has to be a certain square footage, has to have the right space for all of the sort of storage, for example, and that sort of thing, so everything has to align.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay. Thank you for all this work.
thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Fry, you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate the presentation. And I know this is sort of tangentially related, but I want to ask a little bit about SROs. And we've seen a lot of the loss of SRO stock, obviously due to fire and stuff. And then more recently, conversion for more upmarket accommodations like we saw at the Lotus. Do we have a correlation of the loss of SRO stock with the increase in homelessness? Have we?
Not directly, no.
There's,
No,
so
we know there, and I think SRO in terms of the tenancy, given the condition of the building, the management, all of those pieces, we know there's a higher turnover in SROs as well, but we do describe it as the last resort before homelessness because in many instances it is kind of our most affordable housing in Vancouver, but we don't know. I think our outreach team might have a bit more information in terms of a person's housing history and kind of the cycles of homelessness, but the count data doesn't provide that.
okay, and somewhat related then, I know during COVID, we saw a lot of folks who were sort of counted as unsheltered, but were double bunking and then suddenly found themselves without a place to stay during the COVID sort of protocols and stuff, and where SROs stopped allowing folks to visit and stay overnight. Has that, have we seen a change in the SRO kind of policies as far as double bunking and that kind of thing that we saw in the past?
I believe so. It's up to the nonprofit operator in terms of their guest policies, and some still would have a no guest policy. I think it's also about managing the overall building, but definitely as restrictions have kind of eased up, I do believe that some operators are again allowing guests, and that couch surfing is really important for folks if they can and go spend in a place at least somewhere warm and dry.
Yeah, okay. So on the emergency shelters, and appreciate the comments about these have daytime uses and that kind of thing. And I think the one slide illustrating the mats on the gymnasium floor, pretty stark. Obviously not a lot of room for personal effects and stuff. Can you describe what that looks like for folks?
Yeah.
I mean, we hear that people are sort of basically sent out in the morning and they have to walk around with their shopping carts full of stuff until they can come back in the evening. Is that an accurate reflection of how the...
Yeah, so our permanent shelters and our year-round shelters, those operate 24/7. So there might be one or two that require, actually maybe only one shelter that require you to leave for a portion of the day to do cleaning, but most are 24/7, and would have, there are new cots that, or beds that provide some privacy, and it's got a little light in place where you can charge your phone. So those are more kind of your regular purpose-built shelter. They would have likely a cafeteria and showers and service and programs that you could access on that site. For our winter shelters, and our winter shelters, they're more just functional. They've got some bathrooms and showers. They're also open around the clock. Some may close, but our warming centers and our extreme weather response beds, so those, the EWR are activated when it feels like 0, and our warming centers are activated when it feels like -5. EWR, it's a mat on the ground, right? And you might be given a hot coffee and some food, and they are only open overnight. Warming centers, it's really just a place to come in and get warm. There are no mats, but there are snacks and food, or snacks and hot beverages provided. So there's a real range in terms of the types of beds.
So where do folks store their stuff? I know we used to have that program through First United where there was lockers and people could store their personal possessions and their whatever.
Most shelters do have the ability to store some belongings. So someone might have a tote, for example, that they can store their belongings. And if they need to leave in the day, they could leave their things there. Right now, with the support of BC Housing, there is a storage option at 390 Main Street that was created as a result of these tastings encampments. So there is a daytime storage, not just daytime storage available there that we understand is very well used.
Okay. I'm out of time, but I did want to ask a bit about encampments, but I'm out of time, so I'll let.
Certainly come back on, Councillor Fry.
Sure, move for a second round.
Noted. Second, all in favor? Aye, and that carries for second round. We'll continue with Councillor Carr.
Thanks very much. Most of my questions have been asked, but I'm really curious about a sort of a bigger picture question, which is the provincial government's putting a lot of money into shelter beds. So I'm wondering if we have done an assessment of the kind of amount of money that goes into that versus if that money, an equivalent amount of money, or how much it would take to actually just build permanent housing and thus in the end alleviate the need to have so many shelter beds.
That work has been done. We know that shelters are, like from an operational point of view, they are very expensive. The data is a few years old, but it's significantly more expensive than providing housing in terms of operating and supporting folks. We could follow up, Councillor Carr, with some more information on that, but it is cheaper to provide housing.
Okay, and are you having as staff that conversation with BC Housing or with people at the provincial government level?
Yes, it's an ongoing conversation. I mean, I think we talk about making homelessness rare, brief, in one time. Brief is that if someone falls into homeless, that they're very quickly able to access some kind of emergency shelter, a place to come inside. Rare is that when you're housed, that you remain housed, rare, brief, and one time. And one time is that you don't fall back into homelessness. So as you saw in the continuum, we need a range of options for folks. But ultimately, we're always working to secure more housing, supportive housing, rent subs. Brooke could speak to. We administer various rent sub programs on behalf of BC Housing. So we have a lot of tools, but definitely housing is the long-term solution.
Right. It would be good to follow up in the end with that data, that information, and update it as necessary to council so that when we have conversations with people in the provincial government, whether staff or politicians, we can convey, that accurate information. The second question I have, which is also a big picture question, is really around the trend that we're seeing around increasing homelessness broadly in North America. I'm not sure about the rest of the world, but it certainly the data is coming out. California, and, the whole West Coast of United States and Canada and across the country now are really increasing. So where are you seeing the best solutions? Like which jurisdiction is actually starting to get it right?
I think we're all struggling with many of the same issues, and we do hear from our counterparts across Canada and parts of the United States. I think it's really responding to poverty, so people without adequate income to afford housing. I think also people's health, mental health, as we're seeing in our population, they're getting older and sicker. So making sure that people have the supports that they need, but it's really addressing poverty and the lack of affordable housing that I think are the key issues.
That's helpful.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. Is that all your questions?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this report and obviously the sort of uncomfortable reality of the growth in our homelessness challenges. Many of our, well, I would say almost all our responses are kind of downstream versus upstream. I'm noting in the drivers of homelessness category, we just recently met with Fraser Academy, and the subject of dyslexia and learning disabilities having a key factor in people's struggles and often moving to homelessness. Do we factor in these kinds of potential health and other disabilities when trying to assess our homelessness challenge?
Yes, I mean, you can see that in the data. Acquired brain injury is also something that we're seeing more of, in particular with the poison drug supply and people recovering and then having some challenges. So I think, again, it speaks to the need for a variety of housing. And so working with BC Housing and the nonprofit sector and having operators that can serve people with particular needs and ensure that they have the supports. But yeah, we need a variety of housing to address those needs.
Noting the time that I have here, do we have a sense of what kind of upstream opportunities that work that could be done at perhaps at other levels through health authorities that can help prevent the results of people living on the street?
Yeah, I would say I think in our role, we do a lot of work responding to the crisis surrounding encampments and serving people in the office. Those prevention pieces are so important, and really many of them are the responsibility of senior government. So making sure early childhood education, food, supports for families to be healthy in order to prevent homelessness from happening in the first place are so critical. Again, that's through our social policy team and other work we're doing with the province on those issues. But I do agree that we should be more focused.
Thanks very much. I want to talk a bit about seniors and homelessness. It wasn't clear, even though it showed that the percentages more or less remain the same in the age categories. Anecdotally, I'm hearing more potential homelessness for seniors. Do we have any specific responses in how we're going to address the challenges of seniors who are facing homelessness?
I know that we are working with planning. There's a seniors housing strategy coming forward, so perhaps we can provide some more information through that report.
Okay, very good. I want to talk to you just about whether there are more people like the people we have here at the City of Vancouver that are in place to work and address homelessness issues in other municipalities in the region.
I think in Vancouver, obviously, we have an outreach team within the City of Vancouver, which is cost shared with the province. That I don't think that's very common in other communities. So I know we have a lot of communities reaching out to us asking how did that come about. So it does give us an advantage. We have a real insight into kind of the needs of folks and how we can adapt our services and programs. I think some other smaller communities, they might have one social planner that does everything from childcare to housing to, seniors seniors work. So I think we are at an advantage in Vancouver, given the dedicated team that we have. But I think it is a challenge for some other communities.
Would it make sense for us to make homeless services a regional responsibility rather than an individual municipality?
Definitely. I think BC Housing would see themselves as taking on that role. I know that they are looking through HEART, creating some new positions where they would be more engaged directly in outreach. So I think the province is looking at that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clausen. Just to advance myself, and then also a reminder, Councillor Fry, I think you had some follow-up questions. I just want to drill down, appreciate all the questions that have been asked, but I just want to drill down on the slide that talked about seniors and youth in particular. It referenced almost half of seniors experienced homelessness for the first time when they were already a senior. Were you able to drill down and find out sort of what their circumstances were in those cases that led them to, had they been, it sounds like they hadn't been homeless. So what were the key factors in leading to homelessness for the first time as a senior?
We can definitely look into that. We haven't done those particular crosstabs or looking at those demographics specifically. But yeah, what the data does show, just to reiterate, is almost half of seniors, the first time they did experience homelessness was when they were senior. And so we could look at that and see For the reason to housing loss, we could cross-reference that and take a closer look and report back.
I think it would be really informative to better understand the factors, because I suspect there may be a number of them, but and obviously individual circumstances. And then on the subject of youth, we've had this conversation in the past about the higher risk of youth in care, aging out of care. We've passed a motion at this council around looking at measures from policy levers to add more youth housing, partnering potentially with the private sector to have ready-made housing, because it is very difficult. I've talked to nonprofits who have tried to find housing on the open market, and we're going to hire staff to do that and realize it made no sense. It just was way beyond the means of these youth aging out of care, even with the supports from the province up to the age of 25. So is that something we're still working on, is looking at policy tools to maybe incent specifically maybe inclusionary units that could be dedicated to youth in housing developments?
Yeah, I think I would leave that conversation to the housing strategy that's forthcoming. I know that we do work with Covenant House and others that are supporting youth directions. We have some projects where we've created supportive housing units that have dedicated youth beds. I know through our work with BC Housing and the deployment of new supportive housing and other units through coordinated access, we do have direct referrals that come in particularly for youth. So around the edges, we are ensuring that we have some spaces for youth, but there's more work to be done around just ensuring that they have more dedicated units.
Okay, that's great. Well, I'll look forward to that update as part of the housing strategy, because I think it's another sort of gap, particularly for those vulnerable young people,
Yeah.
to keep them out of homelessness going forward. I'll pause my questions there and advance Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So curious generally about encampments and if we're seeing any trends and changes in that approach. Certainly, since I've been on council, we've seen in particular the Crab Park encampment it seems to be more organized, more permanent. Are we seeing trends towards folks who are sheltering in more organized encampments other than Crab Park, and I guess Vanier Park has been a similar scenario?
No, not necessarily. I mean, Crab Park, obviously, that encampment has been there for quite some time. We are just seeing increases in unsheltered homelessness and more people needing to shelter outside, but we haven't necessarily seen more organized or kind of long-lasting encampments per se.
Do we have a count of encampments as part of this? Is that, and I mean, I don't even know how we define an encampment at this point.
No, we don't. And I mean, the way the count is done is volunteers go out and you approach people and say, oh, I'm volunteering for the count. Would you like to spend some time to complete a survey? And that person agrees. So we'll, and our outreach team, obviously, they go out early in the morning and try to catch people that are either sleeping in RVs or sleeping in a tent, for example. They might try to wake someone up, but we approach everyone, and everyone that's willing to participate is then included in the survey. So we do try to get out to any locations that we know where people are sleeping outside.
So do we have like sort of stats where people tend to sleep outside of,
Yeah, so in advance of doing the count, we bring together all of the service providers, the rangers, and all of the folks, and we do a really large mapping exercise, and people indicate, oh, I know that there's someone that's sleeping there, maybe there's a couple that's sleeping there on a regular basis. Maps for the count are then created based on that data, and that's how we assign volunteers to various locations throughout the city. So we do try to do a really thorough mapping job if we know where people are sheltering.
now are we finding, so I know that the park control bylaws, I think say people have to be out by 8 in the morning for folks who are sheltering in parks. Does that play a factor in the timing of the surveying and
We start very early. So we start, I think the first shift of volunteers goes out around 6 and our outreach is out before that. So we're out early while it's still, in March, it's still almost dark, going to ensure that we're capturing folks that have been sleeping outside overnight.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry, and thanks to staff. I don't see anyone else on the queue for questions, so thank you for that this morning. Appreciate it, and look forward to the further updates with the housing strategy as well. So, Council, we will move to our first report that was held, and that was Communications Report number 1. Sorry, just bear with me if I get my notes here. Appointments to council committees, and I believe, Councillor Fry, you held that report. I'll advance you.
Thanks, Chair. I submitted an amendment to the clerk for comms 1.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Councillor Fry, if you could just move the report and then.
Oh, happy to move the report.
Seconded. Was that Councillor Clausen? Okay. And then, any, just sorry, clarifying if there's any conflicts of interest on this item before we move ahead. Hearing none? Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, just adding an amendment. This was an oversight in the in the memo to include that hip cat daddy-o Councillor Joe as my main man alternate on the Auditor General Committee.
Okay, that has been circulated. Staff clerks will brought up. Great. Do I have a seconder for this amendment? Councillor Bly. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Aye. And that carries. Thank you, Councillor Fry, for noting that omission and for appointing Councillor Joe as the alternate to that committee. So thank you. Oh, sorry, that was just an amendment. So we'll need to call a vote on the overall report unless there's any debate. Seeing none, all in favor of the amended report as presented? Aye, and that carries unanimously. Thank you, Council, on that. Next up, and we adopted Council Report 2. We are moving to, is it staff report number 1, clerks? Okay. And so this is staff report number 1 is City Council Strategic Priorities 2023-2026. I believe we have Karen Levitt. Oh, no, I don't see Karen in the chambers. No. She's online? Okay, fantastic. So Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager, is here as well to address questions. I do see a number of councillors on the queue. Karen, do you have a presentation of any kind or any remarks you wanted to make in advance of questions to this item?
We do have a brief presentation if council would like that just outlines the intent and the nature of the report.
Council, could you give me a sense? Do you want to see the presentation? Yeah. Okay, Karen, behind me. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Karen Levitt, Deputy City Manager. I'm just going to share the screen. Give me a moment, please. Oh.
We'll just pause for a minute while we get the presentation up.
Thank you. And can you just let me know that you can see it okay? It should be up now.
Just 1 minute, Karen. We don't quite have it yet.
Okay. Is it still not up?
No, not yet. We're getting
Okay,
there.
let me try doing it a different way. Sorry about that. How's now?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
We good, clerks? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Karen.
Thank you. So good morning, Council. We just have, I think, 4 or 5 slides here just to provide an outline of the document before you. This document we're calling City Council Strategic Priorities from 2023 to 2026. The purpose of this document is to articulate Council's collective strategic priorities through to Q4 of 2026. The document is intended to be a framework that informs resource allocation decisions by Council and by staff. And it also serves the purpose of conveying Council's priorities to the public. I want to spend a second saying what this is not. This is not in any way an exhaustive list of work either underway or contemplated. It's not Council direction to allocate resources or undertake specific work elements to staff. And it's not a comprehensive business or strategic plan. So I encourage everybody to look at this just as essentially a framework. The structure of this document is pretty straightforward. There is a singular focus statement, which is on the first page of the document, and there it is for you to see. Vancouver City Council is working together to build a sustainable city in which everyone can live, work, and thrive. Underneath that focus statement are 9 strategic objectives. An example of that, the first of the 9 is refers to Vancouver being vibrant and diverse, and a little bit of a sentence explaining what that means. And then underneath that strategic objectives are 3 to 5 priority outcomes. So these are not specific pieces of work. These are how we would like things to be, or how we are targeting things to be. And you can see a list under the vibrant and diverse objective of the kinds of things under the priority outcomes: creating vibrant public spaces, enabling more large-scale events, reviving Chinatown's vibrancy, and so on. And then finally, underneath that are 2 to 5 aligned work items for each priority outcome. And so these are specific pieces of work, investing in Gastown, refreshing Granville Street, and so on. We'll note that everything in this document under those aligned work items is work that has already been funded and directed, and staff has direction from council to undertake. By definition, this document is a snapshot in time, and no doubt there'll be many more things that council will direct staff to do and will invest in over the coming 3 years. But the intention of these aligned work items are simply, pretty much illustrative, and they're not intended to be a catch-all of everything council wants to do, nor are they a mechanism for directing staff to do that work or allocate funding to that piece of work. So there is the focus statement again, and then just to outline the 9 strategic objectives. So vibrant and diverse, we already talked about. I'm not going to read the little blurbs to you, but they're in the document and you can see them on the slides. Housing, of course. Supporting business. Ensuring the right city services and infrastructure in place to do all we need to do to make Vancouver a great place for our citizens, our businesses, and our tourists, visitors. Work around safety and security. That would include police, fire, emergency planning. Responding to the climate emergency. Ensuring that we do what we need to do to make Vancouver a healthy, inclusive, and equitable for our citizens, acknowledging there are lots of partners in any of these spaces, but I'd say in particular in this space. Work around reconciliation, advancing the rights of local Indigenous nations, as well as the urban Indigenous people that live in Vancouver. And then a collective objective we call good government, which is just making sure we're stewarding the public funds responsibly and effectively. And that has to do with financial administration, effective administration, and so on. So those are your 9 strategic objectives. And as I said earlier, underneath each of those, you've got a set of priority outcomes. This is a very text-heavy slide. I'm not going to read it all to you, but just to give you a sense of the structure. So under vibrant and diverse, we already talked about Chinatown, vibrant public spaces, events. Under housing, A refers to ensuring we've got the right regulatory framework and processes in place to enable the delivery of housing on private lands. And B refers to leveraging the city-owned lands to ensure we are building the right kinds of housing. Supporting business, transforming the permit and licensing process, supporting the film industry. City services and infrastructure, there's a lot of the, I'd say, meat and potatoes of what a municipality does: our water, our sewage, our drainage systems, our solid waste systems, our bridges, roads, and sidewalks, and so on. Safety and security, fires, crime, transportation, and so on. Climate emergency, climate change adaptation measures, healthy and clean local waters, reducing GHG from GHG emissions from buildings and transportation. Healthy, inclusive, and equitable. So this is one where you'll see a lot of work with partners, work with the province to address the mental health and addiction crisis, ensuring Vancouver is a seniors-friendly, accessible city, working to ensure the cultural communities of Vancouver feel included and respected. Reconciliation, the big piece of work council and staff are working on at the moment, has to do with advancing the UNDRIP task force recommended actions. There's a fairly large number of programs and services the city's involved in to support our local Indigenous people. And then good government, financial management, a high-performing, engaged workforce, efficiency, effectiveness, asset management. So the full list is in the document, so I'm not going to read them all here, but you get the idea. And then underneath this is that last tier of the structure of the document, which is what we call the aligned work, which I haven't put up on a slide here, but those are just, I'd say, samples of work already underway underneath each of these priority outcomes that are advancing us toward those priority outcomes. And I think that's it for my slides. Happy to take questions from council. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Appreciate that. I do see a number of councillors on the queue to ask questions. I'll advance Councillor Clausen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Karen, and thanks for putting this together. I know this embodies a lot of the conversation and feedback that all of council and our senior leadership team were able to come together and look over. I have just, I want to not, I've heard you very loud and clear in terms of your comments about this being a framework that ideally this is a list of things that are already funded and have some level of council direction. You called it a snapshot in time, and that I presume from that means that new council direction or amending or policy direction should not be something that we would want to add to this. Is that correct?
Absolutely, that is correct. And should council opt through this meeting today to add anything to either any of the tiers, the strategic objectives, the priority outcomes, or the aligned work, it wouldn't mean that work would then be, staff would be directed to do that work or invest in that work. That would still require a separate direction or resolution from council.
Thank you. And I probably have a lot more questions, but I'm just going to start with one. In supporting strategic business, you say enhance city supports for the film industry. There's a lot of other sort of major sort of cultural industries that, such as film, television, not only film but television production, music production, digital services, and digital production. Does that mean that we're excluding that, or is that just, again, sort of more of a high level? I'm not sure. Is there a reason why we chose film and perhaps excluded others?
I think it was just parsimony of words. And when we talk about film, it's generally a collective of the digital, animation, special effects, all those related industries, TV as well. In terms of music, if I remember correctly, music is referred to elsewhere in the document. But yeah, there was no intention to purposely exclude those others.
Very much. Chair, we've received, just as of this morning, at the start of this meeting, a number of recommended amendments to this plan. Of course, all of council were involved in the original work on this, but a number of new things have come forward. There's a lot of information here that I'd like to have the time to go over. Can I ask you whether we could take a 30-minute recess to review some of this that's come in?
You're moving that as a motion?
I'd like to move a 30 minutes.
See Councillor Joe's hand. Any discussion? Hearing none. So, and you're wanting to move that now at this time?
Yes,
So
please.
people have time, everyone has time to review the amendments. Okay. I'll call the question on that. All in favor? Aye. And that carries. So we are recessed then for 30 minutes. That would bring us to just around 20 after 11, if I've got that correct, clerks. And so we're recessed till 20 after 11, and then we can resume questions and amendments and debate. Thank you.
hopefully I start in the right spot here. So the first report we're covering is the report number 1, City Council Strategic Priorities, 2023 to 2026. We're already at the questions. Okay, so we've done the presentation. Okay, we're just, okay. And sorry, we moved the motion, so we're in discussion. No. Got it. All right. Okay, so the first person we have is Councillor Klassen. You're all done? Great. Councillor Montague?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I think Councillor Klassen sort of, the direction of his questions was sort of where I was going to try and get to as well. I guess I don't have a specific question, so I'll sort of kind of deal with all these amendments that are flying in now rather than down the road. When I look at council spent, I think it was what, 4 sessions, all-day sessions with staff hammering out this strategic plan. I feel like I completely wasted my time getting amendments that are dozens and dozens of additions. I mean, there's almost as many additions as there is content in the report. It's super frustrating. It feels like political theater. So I'm going to just say no to all of those amendments brought by Councillor Boyle and Councillor Carr. It's not binding anyway. It's not work that is underway. So I have nothing else to add.
Okay, yep, sorry.
Just want to clarify that we don't have amendments moved yet. So I just want to make sure we're in the right point in the process. We're on questions, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't have any specific questions.
Okay.
Just saying I'm not supportive of all of the chaos here. So that's it. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
So these are questions to staff on the report as it's been presented so far. So I just want to say thank you very much to Karen for bringing forward this work, and it was a tremendous amount of effort, I would say, to sort of collate this into such a succinct document. So very much appreciated. I just wanted to draw attention to strategic objective 2. And sorry, I've just lost my place now. Yes, strategic objectives 3. So this is supporting business, and part of that is transforming the city's permitting and licensing processes. And we've had a great deal of discussion in council around the notion of 3331 as a sort of target in terms of how we speed up our permitting process. 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 months, and 1 year. And I'm just wondering if it was a consideration of staff to be specific, given that the direction from this council has already been provided, that is sort of the objective that we're working towards. And would that be appropriate to add to be explicitly clear in priority outcomes A?
Absolutely. We can make that change. When this document was drafted, council had not yet passed the 3331 direction, but we can certainly incorporate it into 3A now as appropriate.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Strategic objective 4, we are looking at, or I'm looking at C. It says keep the Granville Bridge in good shape. Can I just ask for some clarifying detail there, given the fact that the Granville Bridge is under considerable upgrades at the moment? How can we sort of I'd say qualify this as a strategic objective given the work that's undergoing on Granville Bridge at the moment?
Yeah, this absolutely in the structure of this document, this would be a priority outcome, and there's a number of pieces of work that are at play currently to make sure this happens. And I'll ask Mr. Lon Leclerc to weigh in on what's going on to maintain the Granville Bridge. On?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. Yeah, when I read that, I'm assuming that that's just an example. We have, of course, 34 bridges that we're going to work to keep in good shape. On the work that's underway on the Granville Bridge specifically, we're doing structural upgrades to the underside of the bridge right now, which are going to extend its life. And then, of course, on the top, we're making transportation improvements to improve the transportation functionality in terms of walking, cycling, and transit.
How long do we expect the upgrades on Granville Bridge to take?
It's decades in the making. So we're doing segments of it. The truss is very large. The recoding that's underway right now, often we encounter corroded steel that's corroded quite extensively and has to be repaired before it's recoded. And so we have segments planned for every capital plan for the next 2 to 3 capital plans.
Okay, so about 16 years. Okay, so further detail, if it was appropriate, could be added here to be clear that in the next 3 years, the goal would be to get to where with the Granville Bridge?
With respect to the bridges, it's hard to see an end goal because there's generally always going to be maintenance requirements. We've done a lot of recent investment in the Burrard Bridge, but we'll be back to do repair and maintenance on that bridge. In this plan, we have a couple of tens of millions of dollars designated for the Canby Bridge.
I understand, but just because these are strategic objectives and it specifically names Granville Bridge, so is it like in terms of the seismic upgrades, would those be something that we could expect as completed in the next 3 years? I just want to create something tangible here. Otherwise, it doesn't mean anything if it just says Granville Bridge in good shape, given the level of construction happening in that area.
Yeah, and to Karen's point, with respect to the key aligned work, the list is actually quite a bit longer and quite a bit more extensive than just this one bridge. And yes, the description isn't extremely accurate in terms of what's going to be accomplished in this particular capital.
Okay, I see I'm out of time, but maybe we'll come back with an amendment to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So I just have a question to the Deputy City Manager, Karen Lovett. So I think as you mentioned, also, as outlined in this report, this strategic priority is supposed to be at a very high level as a framework, instead of directing staff to undertake any specific undertakings. So my question is, if there is some amendment very specific to some specific project, and if those amendments were passed, what is your take on those amendments? So is that a direction to the staff, or what is your take on?
Thank you for the question. As we presented at the beginning of this item, anything added to this document is not considered specific direction to staff, either in terms of undertaking work nor making specific capital or operating investments. The key aligned work that is in the document you have before you is all work that is underway and or already funded. So specific direction added to this document really would not make any difference until council would opt to give staff specific direction as to that work.
Okay, so if there are very specific amendments, so you recommend not even include in this document, is that right?
It's up to council what you opt to include in this document. This document is intended to represent council's collective strategic priorities. But as you get down the cascade of the format of the document, the last in the cascade, which we're calling key aligned work, is really meant to be illustrative, not directional. So it's up to council, but I wouldn't suggest it would make a difference practically in the world until council opts to give separate, clear direction to staff about any specific piece of work.
Okay, I see. Thanks, Karen. So I guess if I understand your comments correctly, is it doesn't matter if we include this in this document. The staff will not take as a direction for the priorities.
That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Karen.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks. Actually, my question follows up well on that. I'm hoping that we can hear a bit more about the balance of sort of how directive this report is, and actually specifically wondering as new priorities emerge because they hadn't been on our radar, or they become more of a concern for the public, hoping to hear how much this specific report limits what new work council could direct to be taken on.
Thank you. I understand that to be essentially the converse of Councillor Zhao's question, which is if something's not included in this document, does it in any way limit what's taken on in the future by council or directed by council to staff? And the answer is no. It in no way limits or affects otherwise what work council can direct staff to do in the future. This document would stand equally, I think, be equally as useful in a sense to council if we didn't include the key aligned work information, and maybe in a sense that would have been simpler because some people might be looking at this as some sort of comprehensive list, which, you know, it can't be for two reasons. One is the very amount of volume of work the staff and council do over 4 years. We couldn't possibly put it all in one document that would be coherent or useful. And the second is that because this is just a moment in time, it would only reflect what's been agreed to so far. The short answer is that there is anything that's not included in this document does not preclude it from being work that council directs staff to do in the future.
Okay, great. And similarly, just hoping to hear, and I appreciate you've been answering this question in a number of other ways too, but that if there is existing work that this council or the last council directed of staff, and I'm thinking of intangible cultural heritage work, corner store work as two examples that aren't specifically named in the key aligned work. What does that mean in terms of prioritizing what is named as key aligned work versus other ongoing work that's been directed and or that's already underway?
Yeah, thanks for the question. At the top of this item, when I said that this document is a framework that will inform council prioritization and staff prioritization of workload and resources, we're really talking about the top of the structure of this document. So the focus statement, the strategic objectives, into the priority outcomes. The key aligned work is not, that's listed in this document, is not, to my mind, in any way informing prioritizations. It's just meant to be illustrative in the document. So to answer you more specifically, if an item such as the ones you listed is not included in this document, it has no bearing on whether staff will prioritize this work in our work plans.
Okay, I really appreciate that clarification. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mayor. I had some questions around Better Together, which is referenced under Strategic Objective 5, under Priority Outcome B. Hi, Sandra. So I'm just curious because it does strike me as a little odd to include a pilot that's ending soon in a longer-term strategic plan that's going to run until 2026. So I was just wondering if you could provide some information as to when that pilot ends. I believe it's next year sometime, and also the cost.
Well, yes, thank you, Councillor. Sandra Singh, General Manager, Arts, Culture, Community Services, Deputy City Manager. Yes, the Better Together pilot was a multi-year pilot project. It ends in March of 2024, and then we will have the evaluation results, and we'll report back to Council with considerations for any of the learnings from that pilot in terms of future work. I don't have the actual budget figures for you now. I can send that to you after.
Okay. Do you have a rough idea of the budget?
Sorry, I can send that to you shortly.
Okay, so that kind of speaks to my point about we need those outcomes before I
Yes.
think we include it in a strategic plan. So if we were to say strike that from this strategic priorities document, that wouldn't affect the continuation of the pilot till its end date.
No, as Karen mentioned, these are illustrative examples of work that tie to that broader outcome around upstream interventions for community safety. And so, yeah, this was just illustrative. The work will wrap up and we'll report back. So I don't think there's any impact of your striking it.
And then I know we've had some challenges with the Downtown South group within Better Together in terms of getting a resident participant. Could you elaborate on some of the challenges there? What exactly is the challenge in terms of recruitment?
Yeah, in each of the pilot neighborhoods, we have we've sought to engage residents in a table to have discussion and to learn and to as part of this pilot program. We've had good pickup in the other two pilot neighborhoods. We have struggled to see engagement from residents in the Downtown South neighborhood, and so that resident table has actually not been formed.
Okay. And the pilot program has been running for a year already? Is that...
Yeah, over a year.
Okay. And we've done, how have we gotten the word out about that opportunity?
Yeah, so the word was sent out via community networks, contacts, social media, email lists, and so there were multiple ways that we tried to get the word out.
Okay. And no applications?
We had one application.
One application, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And just one question to Karen Levitt. Karen, I'm just wondering, just again to set the context for the strategic priorities document, could you just expand on some of the research that you and your team did to look at examples from other jurisdictions and how they had established strategic priority documents to signal and articulate to the public what the mandate and the vision was for council, but also the core priorities of councils. And can you just expand on that a little bit so we have that context for the decision making today?
Of course. We looked at a number of other municipalities, the kind of documents similar to this that are produced. And there's generally two forms of document. One would be more of a corporate plan. That's something the city did until 2019, for the last 10 years prior to 2019. And that was a staff document that just outlined a framework that looks somewhat similar to what you have before you today. And it was just staff's way of organizing ourselves to achieve what the council of the day needed to achieve. Many municipalities do that. Other municipalities put out a document more like this, which is owned in a sense by council, not by staff. And those documents are typically very high level and succinct, and they are used, as I said at the beginning, for two reasons. One is to help council and staff continue to prioritize investments and work against that framework, and the other is to convey to the public what priorities are. Because many times with councils, there is not a single party or a single perspective represented in council, so I think it's a very strong message to the public if a council can get together and say, we're all working together to achieve this and put this in front of the public. Offhand, I can't remember all the cities we looked at. I recall we looked at about 6 or 7. I remember Calgary has a very short document that their council put out relatively soon after they were elected in their last term. And I could dig in and get more back to council if need be, but I don't have the others on the top of my head.
Thank you, Karen, and I appreciate that outline. I think it's important just to set the context for the public. Mayor, I'm not seeing anyone further on the queue. I'm wondering if I could move the report at this.
Okay, so yes, you can, and yes, you just did, and seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? And I see Councillor Card, you are first.
Thanks very much. I have amendments, and I'm taking direction from staff on this, the clerks, but I believe you would prefer me to table each one by the separate section. Is that right? So
can we move to the amendment queue? There we go. Awesome. Great.
great. Okay. So So, all right, then I have circulated these amendments. So I'm going to start with strategic objective 1, vibrant and diverse. And the piece that I felt was missing from the document, and that is an incredibly important strategic objective because it arises out of a huge amount of public consultation on our Vancouver plan, is to start on Vancouver Plan's goal of transforming 11% of neighborhood streets for community use. Nowhere else, yeah.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Yes, Councillor Clausen.
Thanks, Chair. I've looked at the amendments that Councillor Carr has put. I have not put an amendment to the amendment, but I am proposing to, of the items that we should in there, and there's many good suggestions in here, I am intending to strike that particular item, given that I believe that it's, it really, it's already, first of all, a part of the Vancouver plan, and it would imply that we were actually going to
put you on pause for 1 second. Yeah, so, Clerk, do we need to go to amendment Q number 2 then, if that's what you're intending to do? Or do we just?
I was under the impression that we would be going through them all at once, but so on this one, I'll just comment on it, and then I won't be requesting an amendment. I'll simply just stating my reasons for not supporting this item. And again, speaking to the list of things that Councillor Carr's put forward, again, many are worthy of support, but on this particular one, it does imply that this work would overtake other things that are in relation to the Vancouver plan, and for that reason, I just feel like it's prescribing direction at this point, which is already available as part of the Vancouver plan process. And again, it's for that reason, I don't intend to support this particular part of her set of amendments. Thank you
very much. Councillor Carr?
Just to close on this proposed amendment of mine, I just want, many of you were not on council during the years that we did do the public engagement on the Vancouver plan, and people were really excited about the idea of seeing some transformation in their neighborhoods of local streets. The motion had come up much earlier in council, but it got embedded in the Vancouver plan, and I was in workshops where people were talking about putting in play areas for kids, places where seniors could sit under trees, a little community garden or a dog park or a water fountain, whatever. Like they really came up with a lot of suggestions to make their neighborhood more vibrant and diverse, which is exactly what this theme is about. I see it aligns with many of the other suggestions. Gastown, for example, public spaces, Granville Street, make our streets look good. These are all generic things, but this one is a generic thing arising out of due public process, and I urge you to support it in support of all the people who actually were involved as residents in this plan and identified this as a priority.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks, Mayor. May I ask a question through you to staff?
Sure.
Thank you. Do we have an idea of how many, streets in Vancouver are currently allocated for community use? All the things that Councillor Carr just mentioned? Like, do we have a rough percentage? Is it 2%, 5%?
Sorry, I don't have that number right offhand, but it is relatively small. The 11%, it's a very big road network, and so 11% results in many acres of land.
And the time frame for the full implementation of the Vancouver plan. Can you refresh me on that? Just because I wasn't on council at that time.
Hi there, Chris Robertson, acting GM with the planning department. I think what I'd like to say is that it's a long-term plan. 50 years is generally the range that it would be within.
Okay. And then in terms of, Councillor Carr mentioned a few different things like, I guess, picnic tables, patio areas. I heard water fountains, which I liked, recirculating, of course. What are some other uses that could be, a roadway could be repurposed for?
Let On speak to that.
as defined by community use? I just want to get clear on the definition of community use.
Well, general green space is one, and for us, one of the more active areas for repurposing is going to be for green infrastructure, and that's going to help solve a lot of our challenges around the sewer system and the drainage system. And so we do envision that green infrastructure pieces solve an engineering problem, but can actually deliver on community benefit through greenery.
Okay, so things like bioswales and et cetera.
Exactly.
Rainwater gardens.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Thanks very much. I plan to support this. This is something that people in Vancouver have been clear that they want. I want, and we need more pedestrianized spaces in Vancouver. And yeah, supportive.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, just going back to through you, Chair, to staff, is this work through our plaza pilots already underway? When I see transforming a percentage of neighborhood streets for community use, it's just more of a clarification on what we're actually trying to, because 11% of the street would involve hundreds of kilometers, I'm guessing, of streetscape for community use. But right now we have a relatively small, but already pretty bold start to this.
We do. The pandemic has really launched us into a position to be quite bold, and the reallocation of road space on this scale, I would say, is kind of not happened in the past. Council recently approved funding for making another 3 plazas permanent in addition to the one that we had already planned. It took us many decades to get the first plaza in, and now we'll be building 4 permanent plazas, just as an example. But sidewalk widening, sidewalk cafes, making these permanent in a number of locations across the city, it's happening at a scale we really haven't seen before.
Okay. All right. Given that we, again, it feels like this is work that is already underway to some extent, but we are, again, treating this strategic priorities as a point in time. So just acknowledging the fact that we already do have something to start. We're nowhere near 11%, but I guess the beginning is something. So with that, I'll decide to support this one and not decide to strike it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Just to say, I'm also very happy to support it and appreciate the push to keep moving it forward.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Carr.
Yeah, just to close on this, I just want to verify for people who weren't on council at the time that the real intent around this was not necessarily the public plazas and the main streets, but neighborhood streets where the car traffic would be very much reduced in speed, maybe even a street closure. That wasn't mentioned too many times, but this was really for community and family and neighborhood within their actual neighborhood. Not necessarily any high streets, but rather more community building in terms of the kinds of ideas that were being raised.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put the amendment to a vote? Okay, and the motion, the amendment passes with Councillor Kirby-Young absent and Councillor Montague in opposition. Okay, so Councillor Carr.
Thank you. On to strategic objective 2, housing. My first amendment is actually in the very top line, which outlines the overall. Oh, sorry. You might want to switch me to an amendment queue. Great, thank you. So my first amendment in this section is to actually add the word affordable in the overall description of this objective. Appropriate housing could mean a lot of things. It might be the right size of housing or the number of bedrooms or the kind of units that are being proposed. But I believe that this city has an absolute priority amongst the public to get affordable housing. And so the word affordable needs to be in that overall objective. That is what people are talking about, not appropriate. although that is something very interesting to everybody, I think, but it is about affordability. So that is my first amendment in this section. And my second two amendments are along the same lines. Under priority outcomes in A, there is a statement that says create the right regulatory, create the right regulatory framework and processes to support efficient delivery on private lands. And I've said here again to add in prioritizing the delivery of the right supply of housing that's affordable to Vancouver residents. We have had for 10 years a housing plan that has emphasized that we need the right supply, i.e. something that meshes with the need for affordability. Let me just quote for you or give you some information that might be useful and helpful. The Metro Van Housing Data Book for last year, it comes out on an annual basis. So we said in Vancouver, 55% of our residents are renters. 26% of the households, which is 80,000 households, have incomes under $45,000. So if you look at the affordability level, this is really trying to aim for housing that's $1,125 a month. That's 30% of that income. On another 26% or 80,000 households have income under $45,000, which means housing that to be affordable should be $1,125 a month. Now I know these sound like really big stretches and really big riches, maybe even impossible. But if we know that affordable housing is critical, if we know how much income people earn in this city and what an affordable rent is, at least we have to state that we are aiming for it and doing our level best to trying to achieve it. Obviously, we'd have to find funding as well in partnership with the federal and the provincial governments. But I think to be clear that we understand the problem and that we want to move towards a solution and do our level best to get there, I think that's what I'm putting into this strategic priorities document.
Thank you very
Mayor,
much. And what I would
apologies.
suggest.
Point of parliamentary procedure just to extend. I'm noting time.
Now the reality is we have a bunch of people in queue,
Oh.
and then we have so what I would suggest is we break for lunch, and then we pick it up after in camera. Or
Fine.
yeah, we're just going to recess. Guys, yeah.
Okay. We don't need a second for doing what you do.
There's just a lot of people in queue, so it's going to be a
Yeah.
robust.
That's good.
Let's give it the time it deserves.
Yeah.
Go in camera at 1 o'clock, and it has been suggested looking at what's in camera. We can wrap that up by within an hour and a half. So I suggest we come back here at 2:30. Great. Thank you. So why don't we do this? Why don't we reconvene now that we have quorum? And if I recall correctly, where we last left off, Councillor Carr, you just presented. And now we're going to go to the next person on the queue, which Councillor Clausen just left. So Councillor Bly, great. Give her 1 sec. Sorry about that, everyone. Right. Councillor Bly, you are up.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just, to the amendment, I had a question through you to the city manager, but I don't see the city
It was
manager.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, question through you to staff. So maybe any staff maybe could help. I just wonder if staff could offer some thoughts on how they would categorize affordable separate from below market. But I see there it says non-market, but I'm pretty sure, is it non-market? Yeah, the non-market. So my question is, how would staff interpret affordable, distinct from non-market housing?
I'm sorry, I can't see who's in the chambers here, so I'm going to ask the city manager to refer the question to the right staff member.
Mayor?
And I think I'd actually like Dan Garrison, if he's on the line, to maybe respond to that. He was meant to be.
Dan,
If not, I'll attempt to do
I'm
my
stop
best here.
for a sec, 'cause we're missing some people here. So we're looking for maybe through the chair to Paul, or are we looking for Dan still?
Yeah, I was actually looking for Dan Garrison, but if he's not on the call, I will attempt to answer that.
Okay.
So affordable would include below market, social, and a range of affordability levels.
Okay, and social and all, and affordability levels are included in non-market housing?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
So I mean, we can go through, I can ask.
Just a second here.
Thank you, Councillor Sandersing. Yes, typically within affordable housing includes a range of affordable housing that goes from supportive housing and social housing at shelter rate to housing that is more affordable to people on low income, but is still not market.
So all of that is included in not market. Okay, so I guess my ask would be for the mayor to rule whether this is in order.
Sorry, can you clarify that again?
Because affordable means the same thing as non-market housing.
Mm-hmm.
Non-market housing isn't all-encompassing of all affordable, what would be defined as affordable housing. It's basically adding the word affordable, which is implied in non-market housing. And so I'm wondering if you can provide a ruling as to whether or not it's in order.
Okay. Can you give me 1 moment?
Maybe if you could stop my clock, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so after conferring with the city manager, the motion isn't out of order because, affordable and non-market, they're not exactly the same thing, and I can actually let the city manager describe that in greater detail.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And again, just to add on, because there's the definition of the terminology is key, particularly in this context. So non-market housing is generally considered as affordable, but there is affordability considered in market housing as well. For example, below market rental housing, we would generally consider as part of the affordable housing spectrum. So we, from a staff perspective, we don't see those non-market and affordable as exactly the same thing, which I think was the basis of we had understood was the basis of the motion. That hopefully provides some additional context for our thoughts on that.
Yep, go ahead. Here you go.
Great, and I do appreciate city manager's comments there. Now what is confusing is that market is deleted with this amendment. So what does affordable mean if you don't have market there?
Is that a question?
That is a question.
Is that a question to the mover or to staff? So again, affordable would be the low end of market, for example. So we wouldn't say all market like high-end strata, single-family homes, we wouldn't consider as affordable market housing.
Okay,
So,
got it. Okay, I think we've spent a lot of time on this. I'm not going to support it. I think that what I'm hearing from staff is that market and non-market housing both include affordable. That is very clear based on what staff, and rather than ask the mayor to rule again whether this is an order, which I don't think it is, but I respect the decision made, I'm simply going to vote against it.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor. Any other comments or questions on Councillor Carr's amendment? Seeing none, we are going to put the amendment to a vote. And Councillor, okay, and so the motion fails with myself, Councillor Bly, Montague, Klassen, Meisner, and Joe in opposition, and Councillor Dominato not here for the vote, and Councillor Kirby-Young absent on leave of absence. Okay, so going back to the main queue, Councillor Carr, you have the floor.
I do. Thank you very much. And I'll move on to my amendments to strategic objective number 3.
Okay, so we'll go back to the amendment queue, please.
One is to include not just, although somebody did say earlier that film means TV, digital entertainment, et cetera. In all of the literature we produce for our websites, et cetera, it always differentiates film from digital entertainment, TV. And so I felt it appropriate to use the language that we use to the world on our website in describing a range of industries that we are supportive of. So that's my first amendment. My second amendment in this section was to add a D, and that is to emphasize our long-standing commitment to the green economy sectors, and that certainly for at least 10 years has been part of the Greener City Action Plan and has been supported by the Vancouver Economic Commission. And so that's a separate new section under priority outcomes, and then aligned with that would be the work around the green and zero emissions building sector, local food production, a circular economy, including recycling, reuse of materials, and the production of renewable energy. So the first 3 of those are all ones that have been very much, I would say, the hallmark of Vancouver's international renown in terms of economic development, and have earned us accolades around the world. The last one, support the production of renewable energy, was unanimously supported by this council through a motion that I tabled earlier this term. And at the most recent Union of BC Municipalities general meeting in September, renewable energy came up so much in terms of BC Hydro and BC government officials, both staff and elected officials, including ministers, really emphasize right now the need to expand or increase distributed supply of renewable energy. So that's why I've got those in there. They're all things that we have talked about, but I think they ought to be priorities.
Can we please get a seconder on this motion? Councillor Fry, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Clausen.
Yeah, just a quick question to staff. How do we define support? Because I know that, for example, with the original recommendation or strategic objective to provide support to local film, we're not making film, we're supporting through different means. So how would we be supporting this list of initiatives as described in Councillor Carr's amendment?
Thank you for the question. I think, as noted, it can be a rather widely interpreted word, and I don't think we would take to defining it in this document. Where the word would be defined would be, again, in the specific direction council would give staff in terms of specific programs or initiatives and or specific capital or operating investments that would be made. So there's a range of ways council could choose to support these various things listed in this amendment, but they wouldn't be defined here.
Okay, thanks very
unless
much.
you opt. Sorry, unless you would opt to, I should say.
Very good, thanks.
Unless council would opt to. Thanks.
Oh, no, appreciate the answer. I'd actually like to make a friendly amendment, I think, which is to add after
Can I get you to Amendment Q2 then?
No. Okay, we'll go to Amendment Q then.
Sorry.
I'm just going to verbalize it just because it's so easy. Just add the word music after TV, so comma music and digital entertainment industries. Thank you.
Can we get a seconder on the amendment to the amendment? Add music. Councillor Carr. Is there any discussion on that? Seeing no one in the queue, can we put the amendment to a vote? Okay, and Councillor Meisner. Okay, the amendment to the amendment passes with Councillors Kirby-Young and Dominato absent and Councillor Montague in opposition. Okay, so we'll go back to the amendment Q number 1. Councillor Clausen, do you have any other comments?
Nope, thank you.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on this? Seeing no one in the queue, then we will put this one, Councillor Carr's amendment to a vote. Okay, and so the amendment passes with sorry? So the amendment passes with Councillors Kirby-Young and Dominato absent and Councillor Montague in opposition. Okay, so we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, you're still up.
I am, but this is my last section.
All right.
Which is to amend section, the strategic objective. And my amendments here are a little more detailed. First of all, in amending priority outcome A, I did add the word "and resilience." I think a lot of people are looking at resilience measures differently from adaptation measures. Adaptation is, it can be resilience, but the language that is most very commonly used in responding to the climate crisis talks about resilience in terms of new, especially buildings and infrastructure that is adapted to the projected unprecedented changes in climate, and to aligned work. I did add something I think is of incredible interest to people citywide, which is sustain and expand Vancouver's citywide tree canopy. The tree canopy is, I think, a perfect example of resilience. So it enables people to get under shade, et cetera. In amending B, you know, I've had a bit of a problem with that. Make sure our local waters are healthy and clean does not appear to me to be in and of itself a climate emergency measure. That would be, I would put into a healthy environment for sure. But if we add the words to conserve fresh water, it is very much a climate emergency objective because we know that we are down to one and it's diminishing glacier left in our watershed and the lower mainland. So it's incredibly important to conserve fresh water. In C, I wanted, in fact, in C and D, to make it clear that it's not just about reducing emissions. We could reduce them a little bit and then we've achieved this. Reducing them a little bit is not good enough. We should be reducing in line with or with that objective of the overall climate emergency action plan goals. We have to aim for that. That's what our whole climate emergency plan is about. And it's a struggle, I will admit. It's hard to do, but this is what our youth are demanding we do for their future. So that's why I've amended those two sections, and I've added an E, which is based on, again, this council passing what I've already alluded to as a very important and very much emerging new strategy in dealing with the climate emergency, which is increasing the production, the local production of renewable energy. So I've added that. And in the aligned work on that, made sure that our building bylaw enables and promotes readiness for that renewable energy. And that was, again, a big, big topic at the UBCM this year. I really saw a shift from previous UBCMs around the incredible need for more local production of renewable energy. So we were ahead of the game in Vancouver by actually moving forward with that, but I wanted to make sure it was clear in our strategic priorities. So that's it for this section.
Thank you very much. Councillor Claassen. Oh, sorry, can we get a seconder? Great. Councillor Boyle. Great. Councillor Claassen.
Thank you, Mayor. I've just got a small amendment to Councillor Carr's amendment. Can we go to the amend the amendment, please?
All right, so we're going to amendment Q2, and we're going to add, there you go.
Thanks very much. And my only comments on this one, and again, with respect, I think what we've seen put forward all looks pretty good. But again, we are trying to guide our work and the work of our staff in a way that is not too terribly prescriptive. And my read of where the renewable energy sector is going is that it's very dynamic. It wouldn't be limited to solar photovoltaic and solar hot water. So I'm just broadening it out as a sustainable energy sources, just to make sure that we are keeping other future technologies and opportunities in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue on the amendment to the amendment, let's put it to a vote. So we're voting on Councillor Claassen's amendment to Councillor Carr's amendment. Oh, we did, Councillor Boyle. Yep, you seconded. Oh, sorry, no, the amendment to the, sorry. Councillor, I saw Councillor Joe's hand up there, so thank you. We'll give, you get the next one. Okay, so we're all good now. We'll put it to a vote. And okay, and it passes with Councillor Kirby-Young absent and Councillor Montague in opposition. So we're back to amendment Q number 1. Councillor Claassen, do you have any other comments?
No, thank you.
Okay, seeing no one else in the queue, why don't, Councillor Dominato.
I think I may, sorry, Mayor, what part of the process?
We're in
so the amendment Q1?
Yes.
Okay, I will come off, thanks.
Okay.
Oh, I can't.
And you're back
shake.
on, and you're off. Okay. So seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put this one to a vote as well? And this is Councillor Carr's amendment. Great. And Councillor Carr's amendment passes with Councillor Kirby-Young being absent and Councillor Montague in opposition. Great. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Carr, you have the floor again.
So I am good with my amendments, and I'll just leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I have an amendment that I sent into the clerk. And it's a simple amendment. I'm just waiting for it to come up on.
So you have an amendment, did you? So we can't hear you.
I have an amendment that I was sending. There it is.
There you go.
Great. And it's just simply to add under strategic objective number 3, supporting business, priority outcome A, transform the city's permitting and licensing processes to include to achieve 3331. And we know that that is implied, but of course it's something we talk about. It's not actually named in this document at all, and feel it's quite important.
Can we please get a seconder? Great. Councillor Meisner, thank you very much. Okay. Councillor Bly, do you have anything else to add on this one?
Not on this one.
Okay. So seeing no other councillors in the queue, why don't we put this amendment to a vote? Great. And it passes unanimously with Councillor Kirby-Young being absent. Thank you very much. Back to the main queue. Councillor Bly?
Yeah, I actually have a question through you, Mayor, to the city manager, and it relates to actually an item that is not named in this document, and I know we've got some discussion forthcoming tomorrow, but I see in reviewing some of the council work underway priorities from Q4 of last year, there was talk and identification of work related to the Britannia renewal project. And I know we're right now going through and looking at different priorities that this council is setting. So I just wanted to raise the question through you to the city manager, recognizing at one point it was strategic work, if there would be any concern about seeing that in the strategic priorities direction.
Thanks. Through the chair. Again, I think as Karen had indicated, yeah, our objective here wasn't to try and enumerate all the work that's underway. It's really
Right.
council's call as to if there's work. There has been work being done on Britannia. It is a topic, as you note, that council will be considering tomorrow. And there is continuing work that will be done with Britannia and at those facilities over the remainder of this capital plan for some significant capital maintenance. So if council felt that it was appropriate to reflect it in the plan here, that's totally your prerogative. The exclusion from us wasn't intended to signal that we weren't doing that.
Okay, well, in that case, I do have a further amendment that I'd like to bring forward, Mayor.
Can we please go to amendment queue number 1?
Thank you very much. Recognizing we are going to have a significant discussion on this tomorrow, I would like to, and again, reflective of previous documents that we have worked through, whether it was an omission or, we realize that this is not necessarily a sort of all encapsulating document of all the work that we are doing, but we are getting a lot of feedback. And we do know that this is incredibly important to the community. And so with that, I'd like to add the language that we are continuing to pursue the Britannia long-range planning and renewal work in collaboration with Vancouver Park Board and Vancouver School Board. And with that, hope to sort of further that discussion tomorrow with the item on the agenda.
Great. Can we please get a seconder for that amendment? Councillor Dominato, thank you very much. Great. Seeing no one in the queue for questions or comments, why don't we put it to a vote? This is Councillor Bly's amendment. Great, and it passes unanimously with Councillor Kirby-Young absent. Councillor Bly, you still have the floor.
That is all from me for now.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle?
Thanks so much. I also circulated a number of amendments, and I'm going to table them all at once. just for expediency, and folks can sever the vote if needed. But I think that's probably more efficient. I know it looks like a lot, so I'll talk through them quickly after there's a seconder. You move us to an amendment queue, Mayor.
Okay. Oh, sorry, I advanced. Yeah, great. Great.
Thanks so much. All of these amendments name work that has been directed by this council or the last council, and that it's my understanding continues to be a priority around the table here. So the first is a segment of focuses around vibrant and diverse. This first strategic objective, it's focused on supporting diverse cultural communities through updating heritage policies to include intangible cultural heritage, protecting and enhancing cultural food hubs and culturally significant small businesses. And that's a conversation the community has and we have around not just Chinatown, but Joyce Collingwood and the Punjabi Market, and along Kingsway and more, and then also supporting a new Filipino cultural center in Vancouver, which again has come out of this council. The second two amendments here are around the strategic objective of housing. And the first is expanding Broadway plan tenant protections to renters across Vancouver, which is direction within the Vancouver plan. The second is streamlining and speeding up processes for building non-market housing. Again, a direction that we have given, but want to make sure we're following up on. Next is an addition around supporting businesses, which is legalizing corner stores across all residential neighborhoods. The next is focused on safety and security, adding language around peer-assisted care teams in partnership with the Canadian Mental Health Association. The next addition is specifically naming AAA active mobility lanes, all ages and abilities, active mobility lanes, as well as the school active travel program within our climate emergency transportation goals. And then the last around healthy, inclusive, and equitable communities is taking coordinated action to reduce drug poisoning deaths.
Great. So two things first. Can we please get a seconder? Great. Thank you. And then I'm going to have to recuse myself from this because the second objective refers to the Broadway plan, and out of an abundance of caution, there could be a perceived conflict with some of my close friends who own real estate in that area. So I'm recusing myself from that. And so I'm going to need someone to take over the chair on this, for this amendment. Who's the acting?
Well.
Thanks.
Are you okay if I do it from here? Yeah. Okay. So, thanks, Mayor.
Then you have an amendment.
So we have your amendments moved. Councillor Boyer, were you still commenting? No. Okay. I think, do we need to move to a second amendment queue? I have amendments to. And then someone else can, Councillor Bly will take on chairing for a moment. Okay. Rotating the chair here today. Thank you, and thanks, Councillor Bly. And thank you, Councillor Boyle, for these amendments. I largely am supportive of them. I do want to propose two, I think, fairly minor changes. And I'm just, staff, if you could bring up the amendments, it's just minor word changes. One is related to strategic objective number 3, supporting business on the corner stores. That is something that's work that's already being undertaken. Policy works derived from other motions that have come to council. Just replace the word legalize, because I'm not sure that's the term we need in this context, but champion corner stores across all residential neighborhoods. And then the second, okay. Do it that way. And then the second amendment, proposed amendment, is around strategic objective number 5, safety and security, around the PACT teams to replace launch with explore. As many know, I've, like Councillor Boyle, been very strong advocate of the peer-assisted care teams, and I think I have a great interest in seeing that model here in Vancouver alongside with the de-escalation teams that are being implemented by by Vancouver Coastal Health. And I know that myself, Councillor Boyle, Councillor Klassen all participated in a roundtable recently with Vancouver Coastal Health, and I believe that they indicated that they could undertake and put these in place, but do want to just have some confirmation back about how that would work with the new de-escalation team framework. So I just replacing the word launch with explore, just until we get more information on how that will all work together. But those are the two amendments that I have at this time. Chair?
Thank you very much. So is there any discussion? I see Councillor Boyle in the queue.
Thanks. Just to say, champion sounds fine to me, but I much prefer launch to explore. I think, you know, we're a year into our term and we're doing a lot of studying and exploring. And what I'm interested in is us really landing some important changes. And I think, so that's the language I prefer, is to make it an objective that we're doing this. We have been exploring it. I think we need to do more than explore. So maybe I'll just ask that we sever the vote on these two amendments. Is that okay?
Yep, we can sever.
Great, thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Yes, through you, Chair, I wonder if I can ask a question of staff?
Mm-hmm.
So my first question is on the changing of the word legal. This is in strategic objective number 3, changing the word as amended by Councillor Boyle from legalize to champion. I'm wondering if there's any problem around legalizing. Can we legalize or can we not legalize through the bylaw?
And that's in 4.
That is in, God, it's hard for me to read. Yes, 4.
Okay.
That's right.
So that's through to the city manager.
Yes.
So I think it's a little tough to interpret for us. Legalizing or expanding kind of legal options for corner stores is direction that council has provided to staff that we are working on. We'll be reporting back. I'm not sure for us that there's a material distinction. I think for council, it's what you're comfortable with in terms of wording there. The recommendations that are forthcoming from staff will provide our suggestions for council on this topic. So it is work that's in process.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Chair, another question to staff, and that is on the launch versus explore. Are we already not pursuing peer-assisted care teams, PAC teams?
So it is a request that we have submitted to the province, expressed interest in that, but that's where that issue stands.
So we are pursuing it by requesting it of the province?
Yes.
All right, okay, that's great, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Montague, to the amendment on the screen. That's Councillor Dominato's amendments. Go ahead.
Sorry, thank you. I forgot who I was looking at here. I too have proposed an amendment to the amendment.
Oh, just, okay, so we are in an amendment to the amendment, so we can only do that once. So I'll come right back to you.
Okay.
I'll let you know when that next one is. Okay, so we need to deal with Councillor Dominato's amendments to Councillor Boyle's amendment. Okay, we need a seconder for Councillor Dominato's. I saw Councillor Klassen. And we are going to sever, so we'll have 2 votes. So we'll start with voting on 4, which is the word champion over legalize. And I don't have line of sight to the vote, so I'll ask clerks to let me know. And that motion passes with Councillor Carr and Councillor Montague in opposition. So now we will go back to the amended amendment and we'll vote on number 5. So please, councillors, vote on screen. And I'll ask clerks to guide me back to the screen when we are good to go. And that motion passes with Councillor Carr, Councillor Boyle, and Councillor Montague in opposition. So we will now go back to the original amendment moved by Councillor Boyle, since amended by Councillor Dominato. And you can take back the chair.
Just waiting to see if there's anyone else on the queue. I'm not. Councillor Montague is on there. Yeah, there we go. Councillor Montague.
Circulated an amendment to the amendment. All it is a strike of the Expand Broadway plan tenant protection to renters across Vancouver. And basically, I think it's something that needs further economic testing to ensure that it doesn't make badly needed rental developments unviable. Something that we've heard from a number of folks trying to build, especially looking to develop things like 6-story rental buildings in like Grandview Woodlands, for example. So it's not something I think we should have in the strategic plan.
Thank you, Councillor Montague. I'll need a seconder. Second, Councillor Zhou, and I'll need the clerks to move us to Amendment Q2. Seeing no speakers. Oh, okay. Councillor Boyle, go ahead.
Thanks. I'm just going to speak. Well, actually, I have a question through you, Chair, to the city manager, if you will allow it, which is this is direction council is already given within the Vancouver plan. If it's, I guess I'm just seeking clarification if it's struck here or not added here. It's still direction that exists because this is not a binding document. And so staff would still report back on the economic testing and other analysis that they're already working on around this. Is that correct?
Thanks, through the chair. So yes, in terms of the direction that was provided by council earlier, by the last council, so yes, staff will be reporting back. There is a significant amount of work underway here with various different elements at different stages. I can't speak to specifically where this piece is at. It does have very, very significant implications, and the team will be reporting back on that in the course of our kind of broader report backs on housing.
Okay. 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 Well, I still think we should add it here, but so won't be supporting this amendment, but appreciate that response that we will also get a chance to come back to this discussion and hear that fulsome work that staff have been undergoing, so we can make good decisions then. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Seeing no further councillors on the queue, I'll call the question. You can vote on screen, councillors. And this is the amendment, Councillor Montague's move to strike conclusion. Oh, it's gone now. And that passes. Councillor Montague, do you have any further amendments? Okay, thank you. I see no further councillors on the queue for this item. Oh, sorry, Councillor Zhou. My apologies. We're going just back to the queue. Councillor Zhou, you have the floor.
Yes, thanks, Chair. So I just want to ask a question to the Deputy City Manager because there is something I'm still very confused. I think from the previous conversations that this strategic priority is supposed to be stay at high level and as a framework instead of going to each specific project. So I saw there are so many specific and very prescriptive amendment here, like the PAT program, the corner store, the Filipino Culture Center. Of course, I support Filipino Culture Center. That's my motion with Councillor Bly. But it's all about the context. So when we include those specific initiative or project in this particular strategic priorities, what is your take on about this. Yeah, to the deputy city manager, please.
Sure. Thank you for the question. Presuming these would be added under let me just go back to the language you're using, the key aligned work, it's perfectly appropriate for council to include these as examples of key aligned work under the relevant strategic objectives and priority outcomes, but not necessary. So in terms of the integrity of the document, I'm kind of agnostic on whether you include them or not. It's really just up to council whether you want to or not.
Okay, I'm just concerned we won't achieve anything by adding all those things just in one document. Okay, but with that, thanks for the response from the deputy city manager. So I guess I'm gonna support this amended report. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Joe, for that question, and Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt. I see Councillor Carr on the queue.
No time, sorry.
Okay, no time. Okay, in that case, there's no further amendments. Clerks, we're just now voting on the amended amendments. Is that correct?
Where are we at?
So these are the amendments moved by Councillor Boyle, and there were 3 amendments made, including. Clerks, do you want to walk through the changes? Yes. Or I can do it. I can summarize it for you. So we replaced in 2 up there, I don't know my glasses, champion replaced legalize. Number 4, explore replaced launch. And the provision related to expanding tenant protections across the city was struck and removed. So those are the 3 changes. Mm-hmm. In that case, I will call the question on the amended amendments. Please vote on screen. That passes with Councillor Carr and Councillor Montague in opposition. And Mayor Sim, I had a conflict of interest, and Councillor Kirby-Young absent. Thank you, Council, on that item. Councillor Boyle, do you have anything further?
Not for now, thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I think we'll just wait for the mayor to return the chair. Sorry, clerks, just noting, I think on the last vote it has the mayor absent, but I think he had a conflict of interest, did he not? Oh, okay, got it. Okay.
Is there a point of procedure?
Oh, I'll let. Mayor, do you want to handle the point of parliamentary procedure? Councillor Carr?
Wow. So where are we, by the way?
Well, that's a different question. Sorry,
Okay.
if I could, point of parliamentary.
Okay, before we get there, so where we left off was we got through Councillor Boyle's amendment. All right, and then so current queue, and then but you have a question on point of parliamentary procedure before we go to Councillor Joe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Are we going to be able to have a printout with highlights on it of the amendments, as there have been many amendments to this, so that we have a chance to reflect on them before we actually proceed to a vote?
That is a great question. So I will go to through the mayor to the.
Just.
So I think
No, just the
we're not editing the document in real time, Councillor. We can provide a list of the amendments, so you can compare those against the document. But we haven't been editing. Okay. Okay. So we can certainly do that if I understand.
Yes, thank you. That'd be great.
Good.
Printout. Right.
Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also circulated an amendment to add, explore the adoption of AI and other emerging technologies under number 9, good government, for section C, continuous focus on improving efficiency and effectiveness for customer services. Do you want me move me to the amendment queue?
Great, great. And so that was seconded by Councillor Klassen, was it? Okay, great. Sorry, Councillor Fry. Thank you very much, Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So yeah, unless other amendment we discussed today, this is really high level, not for specific program or project. So I think we all know that artificial intelligence is the future. The thoughtful use of AI can be a powerful tool to adapt services and infrastructure to better serve public in terms of economic opportunities, social equity, environmental sustainability, and of course, the operational excellence and efficiency. We have a potential opportunity to significantly enhance the efficiency and the effectiveness of government operations. AI can be used to automate routine tasks, analyze large volume of data, and provide valuable insights that lead to better decision making. By automating the task and streamlining the process through technology, City of Vancouver can potentially save on operational costs and allocate resources more efficiently. AI can handle repetitive tasks, freeing up human resource for more strategic and creative endeavors. AI can also improve the quality of customer service by providing faster response time, personalized interactions. This can lead to greater citizen satisfaction and engagement with government services. AI can also process a vast amount of data to identify trends, patterns, and insights that may not be apparent through traditional analysis. This can help City of Vancouver make data-driven decisions in areas such as urban planning, public safety, and resource allocation. And also the AI-related technologies can also be used to optimize resource use, reduce energy consumption, and contribute to our sustainability goals, which is a significant concern for City of Vancouver. Based on the information I collected, I think about 2 years ago in 2021, City of New York became the first city in North America to have a citywide AI strategy. Vancouver cannot be falling behind. By staying at the forefront of this technological innovation, Vancouver can remain competitive and attract high-tech business, talent individuals, as well as investment. This is how we make this city more vibrant. As this technology landscape continue evolving, AI and other emerging technologies will play an increasingly central roles in various industries, including government operations. By exploring the adoption now, Vancouver can better prepare for future challenges and opportunities. We have to think forward now. This is the reason why I bring forward this amendment. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Joe. Seeing no one else on the queue, why don't we put this amendment to a vote? Great, and the amendment passes unanimously with Councillor Kirby-Young absent. Great. Councillor Joe, you still have the floor.
I'm all good, thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. I do have an amendment to move, and my name, clerks, if you could bring it up.
Great. So I'm just going to put you in the amendment queue here.
Log in and all. Yes. There we go. Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move this an additional addition to the strategic priorities, simply to advance restorative city initiatives. We do have work underway currently within the city in a number of neighborhoods in terms of supporting restorative justice efforts, training peacemakers, and the city has made a contribution towards this, as has the provincial government. And so this is just to reflect our consideration to advancing that work as part of our strategic priorities. Second.
Great. Councillor Carr, I think, seconded it first, so thank you. So seeing no one in the queue, we can put the amendment to a vote. Great. And the motion passes unanimously. Or sorry, the amendment passes unanimously. Councillor Dominato, you have the floor still.
I don't have any further amendments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have an amendment as well. Seems to be the theme of the day.
So
Is an amendment to strategic objective number 1 under vibrant and diverse, which lists several city building initiatives, including our work to invest in Gastown, Granville Street, street furniture, and public spaces. So recently I've learned of the work. I need a seconder. Thanks, Councillor Bly. I've learned of the work that engineering has been doing as part of West End Plan, and that they're about to launch consultation on the widening of some sidewalks in Davie Village, which I think is a really great thing for the community in terms of having an improved pedestrian experience, allowing restaurants and bars to have larger patios, and just creating that fun, or building on the fun atmosphere that the neighborhood is well known for. So I think it's something special that is already underway and in motion, and I think it deserves to be added to this particular vibrant public spaces strategic objective. So that's my pitch, and I hope to see it added.
awesome. Thank you very much. Seeing no comments or anyone in the queue, why don't we, it was seconded by Councillor Bly. Seeing no one in the queue, why don't we put this one to a vote? Great, and the amendment passes unanimously. I'm looking forward to that one. That would be great. It's gonna be awesome. Okay, back to the main queue. Councillor Meisner, you still have the floor.
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. Councillor Montague.
Yeah, one quick amendment, Mayor. I circulated it. It's in regards to Section 5B,
Okay.
striking advance the Better Together Neighborhood Collective Action Pilot.
We're just going to put you in the amendment queue here. Whoops. Did we lose you there? Add you here. And sorry, can we get a seconder, please? Great. And Councillor Meisner seconded. Go ahead, Councillor Montague.
Yeah, I'll be brief. It's an underachieving pilot that's expensive and expected to stop in 5 months anyway, and I don't think it should be something that should be included in a long-term strategic plan. That's it.
Okay, great. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. So I have asked several questions around this pilot, being a resident of downtown, and also understanding that the Downtown South pilot group has had quite a bit of difficulty getting off the ground. So I am in support, obviously, of the pilot seeing its course. I understand that it ends this spring, and looking forward to receiving the learnings from the experience of the pilot, what could potentially be adjusted or done differently, or if we may need to redesign the program potentially. We really don't know at this point, given just a lack of data on how it's gone. But what I do know is that I have concerns about a pilot program that has been running for over a year and hasn't met once, and that's the Downtown South program. I understand that it's been successful in other neighborhoods, but with those concerns in mind, I don't think it should be embedded in the strategic plan, given it's a pilot that's currently underway, and we don't yet have the learnings back from that pilot. So it does make me feel a little bit uncomfortable to embed something so specific in the strategic plan when I have some concerns around it that I've just illustrated, but also that the pilot is only running until the spring of next year. And this strategic plan is intended to outline our priorities till 2026. So that's why I am also supportive of striking this. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. Just speaking really briefly against striking it, because I think we should hear back about what's working and what's not working and make adjustments from there rather than cutting it all together. And while I understand the downtown segment of this program has struggled, it has seen more successes in Olympic Village and Mount Pleasant, and I have appreciated hearing from residents who have participated in those programs, both about what they think is really great about it and what they'd like to see improved as it continues. So I won't support cutting it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to that. So this is not about cutting it. this is about getting the information back in the spring, as we will, and making decisions from there that are well informed. This is what this is about, is just not including it in the strategic plan at this time. So I just want to clarify that.
Great. Thank you very much. Seeing no one else in the queue, why don't we put Councillor Montague's amendment to strike that out document? Okay, and the motion passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry in opposition. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Montague.
And nothing further. Thanks.
We're good? Okay, so now we'll just put the main document to a vote. Sorry. Okay, so why don't we take a 7.5 minute recess? No? We'll take a 5-minute recess. Great, thank you. We're gonna put this to a vote. Hello. Okay, everyone, we're gonna reconvene and put this to a vote. Now, we're gonna vote on the whole thing, as one, right? Like there was some conversation about some people, some of the councillors, oh, there we go, Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, staff, for preparing these. Yeah, I would like to just sever one section.
And which one is that?
That would be the housing objective, strategic objective number 2.
Strategic objective number 2.
Yeah, and it's hard for me I'm just looking here for,
Okay.
I guess I'm seeking some advice from you, Chair, on how finely I can sever things. Like, I'm not sure if, yeah, if you want me to drill down, I mean, there's some things in KO in here. So if you want me to drill down, how finely can I drill down for the severing of a vote is my question.
I'm assuming you're asking the clerk through me.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. So are we all working on the same thing here right now? Okay, so, yeah.
Letter, by the letter, because there's no numbers in these, it's letter. Okay, so if that's the case, I'd like to sever out, under strategic objective 2 housing, separate out A and B, and you can do those together. Oh, do we have to, are you wanting us to vote on all of these first and then back to the document? I was looking to the whole document.
I was under the assumption we're doing the whole document, right?
This helps us know what the changes are, but I'm working on the document.
Yeah, so,
Is that
sorry,
wrong?
it's, maybe this answers the question. It was my understanding that we've gone through the amendments. Now we're going through the whole document. No. What are we voting on here then?
Not really.
I thought we voted on the amendments. Yep, so everything in blue is done. Oh, everything we voted on was an amendment to the amendment. Got it. Okay. So now we're voting on this amendment, and Councillor Carr wants to sever one part of this amendment.
Oh, which is this?
Well,
This?
these are the amendments. We're just voting on the amendments right now.
We're just voting
Everything
on.
we voted on was an amendment to this amendment. Yes. Do we have that correct? No. Okay. So everything we did.
We're not on the final vote yet.
And we're on the vote for this amendment, and then we'll be voting on the main document after this. Is that correct? That doesn't make any sense, actually. No. Yeah, we're voting on the amended report. And so Councillor Carr wants to sever 2A and B. Is that correct, Councillor Carr?
2A and B, correct.
So just so we're clear, clerk, if you can correct me if I'm wrong here. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so going back. Okay, no, that's okay. That actually makes more sense. So now what we're doing, all these amendments have been pushed through. Now we're voting on the main document as amended. Yeah, with all this. And what Councillor Carr wants to do is she wants to sever 2A and B and vote on that separately.
Correct.
Are we all clear here? Yes. Okay. So why don't we do this? We'll vote on 2A and B first as severed, and then we will vote on the rest of the document. Clerk, I thought that was more of a question. Does that make sense? Yep. Okay. Okay. Is that as clear as mud, everyone? Sorry, Councillor Carr.
A point of procedure. We have finished all the amendments. Is there an opportunity to do any last comments, or are we over with on that?
In the script, no. It looks like we're done. Oh, yeah. Well, we can go back to the main queue and have comments, and if you have time, then sure. Unfortunately, Councillor Carr, you're out of time.
I know it's just been clicking this whole time that you've been talking to the clerk. And
You know what? I'm sure we have some time for you. How's that?
thank you. Okay. Speaking to the final document, I just wanted to say, number one, that I really appreciate the collaborative nature of this process today. I think it was a good process that ended up with a better product as a consequence, and I appreciate people listening to each other on a variety of subjects. I have asked to sever out housing, sections A and B, and it's only for one very strategic reason that I'm doing that, and that is I believe the failure to incorporate language around affordability in our housing strategy is an error on our part. I think that we need to focus on affordability, and I'd like to, there's some good parts in those sections, but because of the failure to address the real sort of elephant in the room, which is that our housing in the city is not affordable for the people who live here at the range of incomes that they have, that I will abstain on that section and do so because I wish we had included affordability.
Thank you very much, Councillor Carr. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will put a couple of things to a vote. First will be the severed sections 2A and 2B, and then we'll put the main document to a vote. So reminder that any council member no one's participating virtually. We're going to call the vote. Can you please go to your voting panels? And so this will be a vote on severed 2A and B. Councillor Fry. Okay. Severed A, 2A and B passes with Councillors Carr, Boyle, and Fry abstaining. All right. And so now we'll put the, let's make sure that, okay, great. We'll put the rest of the document to a vote as amended. Councillor Meisner. Great. And the document as amended passes with Councillor Fry abstaining. Okay, that completes report number 1. So the next report we have is report number 3. Closure of a portion of road adjacent to 181 West Georgia. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Great. Okay, this item doesn't have a staff or a team member presentation, so Councillor Klassen, you held this item. You have 5 minutes to ask questions of team members.
Pass on my comments. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I had a question around the relationship of this piece of land to the bike lane. So there is the bike lane on the west side of the street there. And I just want to know if, I think I've asked this before as well, in regards to the Vancouver Art Gallery construction, if there will be impact on that bike lane, and then also with this closure of this piece of land.
Great, thank you for the question. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services.
I'm just noticing your hand, by the way.
So if you look to page 4.
Cutting red tape, he is.
My staff asked me to wear this. They'll be very happy. If you look at page 4, Appendix A, you'll notice that there's a portion there that's to be retained for road. So that's about 3 meters by about 15 meters in length. What that will allow us to do is it will allow us to construct a kind of a dedicated right turn lane, which will actually allow us to operate the existing separated bike lane in a much safer fashion. The work, of course, would be completed contingent with the development of the block, but the portion of road that we are retaining actually would provide a substantial improvement to the bike lane.
Okay, so the right turn lane would be onto Georgia, right?
That's right, BD onto Georgia.
Okay, and then would the bike lane be in the middle of the through lane and the right turn lane?
No, consistent with our new standard, we would signalize the right turn if it was busy. And if it was not a busy right turn, we do expect it to be busy because this will be a busy area of town. But initially, if it's not busy, we would have it as yield to cyclists.
Okay. Okay, thanks for clarifying that for me. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Great. Seeing no one else in the queue, would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Joe, seconded by Councillor Klassen. Council, is there any discussion? I don't see anyone in the queue. Okay, so why don't we put this to a vote, though? Go to the voting panel. Great, and it passes unanimously. Okay, so that completes report number 3. Report number 4 is report back the empty homes or EHD graduated tax rate and an administrative bylaw change. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Nope. Okay. Team members are present and have prepared a presentation for this item.
Sorry, just give me
There are some technical difficulties right now.
Does anybody have a funny Halloween story while we wait? Little kiddos? Nothing? Well, when my eldest son was about 8 and we're trick-or-treating, he ran and someone went, boo, and he beat his pants a little bit.
Apologize, we're
I
ready.
love that story.
We're good to go?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, apologize about that. We're coming back here to council and mayor in terms of reporting back on a motion that council directed staff to report back. And I'm Julie Aspinall, Director of Financial Services. This is a report back on EHT about a graduated tax rate program. And just to provide some background context, staff did come back to council and mayor May of this year in proposing several amendments and changes to the bylaw. And what council had approved was maintaining the 2022 tax rate of 3% for 2023 tax year, introduce some amended and new exemptions for EHT, allowing homeowners to declare late property status declaration up to 5 years, and previously it was up to 18 months, as well as a new late declaration penalty of 5% of the EHT, as opposed to paying the full EHT amount. On May 10th, council approved a motion to ask staff to look at a graduate tax rate program where for the first year vacant that it would be charging a lower rate to the vacant property owner, and then subsequent repeat vacant would be faced with a higher tax rate. This slide highlights some key highlights in terms of the EHT. The rate started at 1% in 2017, and it was increased subsequently to 1.25% in 2020, and then to 3% in 2021. Overall, we are seeing a continued decline of declared vacant properties since the inception of EHT. And just to provide a bit of context, this graph was showed to council back in May of this year. And 2022 is still preliminary numbers, but just in terms of context is approximately 98% of the properties are occupied either through principal residence or it's tenanted. And a very small fraction of the percentage is vacant or exempt. For 2022, it's 0.8%. So that's dropped since the inception of the tax from 1.2% vacant. And vacant in this context is either declared vacant, deemed vacant, or determined vacant through audit activities or not declaring on time. What staff had looked at was looking at a profile of long-term, repeatedly vacant properties, so sticky vacant properties. And since the inception of this tax, tracking those that cohort, about 1,000 properties were declared vacant since the inception of the tax, and about half of it dropped off in the subsequent years. And we are seeing a continuing decline of those long-term, repeatedly vacant properties. Fast forward to 2022, approximately 100 of those properties have been vacant since 2017, the inception of it. So the long-term properties that have declared vacant are continuing to decline. Just a note, majority of those properties that are still vacant as of 2022, the long-term repeat, that 107 properties, these are mainly large percentage condo units. And just to elaborate a bit more in terms of the profile of these long-term repeatedly vacant properties, this is a heat map of where these 107 properties are, and it's predominantly in downtown and the West End, and as I mentioned, most of them are condos. This graph is just to illustrate the impact of the EHT on the vacant properties. Although the percentage sounds low, 1%, 1.25%, 3%, the EHT is levied on the assessed value of the property. And over time, assessed values have increased with, I guess, a short correction during COVID during 2020 and 2021. So although the tax rate increased about 200% from 3% to the 1% to the 3%, effectively, an average property owner who had their property vacant would be facing a $52,000 tax bill. So it's more than the 200% increase on the EHT tax rate. It's reflective of the increase on the assessed property value over time as well. So what staff looked at on the graduate tax rate options there were three options. One was maintaining the tax rate at 3% on all vacant properties. The second option was looking at a lower rate than the current 3% for the first year, and then subsequent years would be 3% or higher. And then the third option was to have the first year be levied at 3%, and then subsequent years would be higher than the 3%. Just a note that on option 2, if we were to introduce a lower rate than the current 3%, all properties will be assessed at the same rate, regardless of their prior declaration. We did quite a bit of workshop in terms of consultation on this graduate tax rate program. We've conducted internal workshops as well as external engagements with housing experts and academics and EY. I'll refer this engagement with external as the panel. In terms of the external workshop, the panel had few considerations and findings. They did indicate that the repeatedly vacant property is a very small pool, but it generates revenue for housing initiatives. And they had recommended not to lower the rate for the first year, but instead look through the appropriate exemptions to address fairness and unintended consequences. There was a concern around a higher tax rate will increase avoidance behavior and the impact on revenue. And the economics of implementing a graduate tax rate is not very clear in terms of what the impact is to revenue, the administration of a more complex tax structure, non-compliance risk, and then whether it will meet the overall objectives of the EHT program. They've also indicated if we were to look at a graduate tax rate period, we should be looking at over a period of time instead of consecutive years, whether it was vacant or not. This is to avoid property owners from gaming the system. And then obviously this will actually have a much more complexity around administering this program, this type of program. They've also suggested to focus on revenue maximization as opposed to achieving zero vacant properties, and they believe that the current rate achieves that target. And they indicated that the 3% seems to be working quite effectively, and this is based on looking at the decline on the vacant properties year over year. So they came with a very strong recommendation to keep things as it is, to allow more time for longer term observation and further analysis of the data. In terms of the internal discussions that we had, we have introduced multiple bylaw amendments since the inception of the tax, and very significantly just in May of this year with additional 6 new amendments, new exemptions or amended exemptions. And those amended or new exemptions was very thoughtfully considered over the years of analysis that staff had conducted. And a constant change to the tax rate, especially for a relatively new tax that came into place 6 years ago and was the first of its kind in North America, is not a very effective practice. The constant changes is creating some frustration for property owners in terms of them knowing what's going on and the information and the awareness. And then obviously it does increase administration and complexity of the program as well. So therefore, a stable tax rate program is going to help staff look at more reliable data so that we could actually provide more better analysis to help support long-term decision-making, including supporting any, recommending any effective exemptions to the program changes. Also, to reiterate that the numbers are relatively low in terms of those that are declaring vacant for multiple years. And again, the concern around a graduate tax rate will increase the complexity of the program, impact to revenue, as well as a risk of non-compliance. Just recapping in terms of the rates, the options that we looked at, the current rate right now, we are seeing positive trends around that it is working just through the time of vacant properties decreasing year over year, and that we feel that the amendments that were introduced was really to address the unintended consequence and the fairness based on the 3% that staff recommended. A lower EHT rate, the impacts of that is really around, it may increase the number of vacant properties because of the financial penalty being lower, that property owners might be more willing to leave it vacant. A lower tax rate may actually decrease revenue as well, but it may be offset by a higher number of vacant properties. And again, the panel had indicated that the best way to manage fairness and unintended consequence is actually through exemptions rather than lowering the tax rate for the first year. In terms of a higher rate, again, there is concern around increase in tax planning and evasion, and of course, there's going to be additional compliance resource that's required to support that. And then the impact, and then the uncertainty around the impact of unintended consequence of a higher tax rate. It may decrease the revenue with more properties, more property owner converting to vacant units, but then that actually meets the objective of the tax. So just in closing, the current tax rate is effective. It's simple enough for the property owners to understand, and it is relatively simple to be administered by staff compared to a graduate tax rate program. The current 3% is effective in terms of balancing the objectives of the EHT, maintaining the non-compliance behavior, and also providing a source of funding for affordable housing initiatives. That's it.
Thank you very much. Council, you have up to 5 minutes to ask questions of our team members. Are there any questions? Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. And just a quick follow-up question. And thank you very much for the presentation. There has been questions raised time and again over the last, I'd say, a couple of years around new construction homes that are under construction, but appear to sort of be stalled out. And the speculation around that is that they are not applying for their occupancy permit as a way to avoid the empty homes tax. And as I say, that's speculation and anecdotal, but I just wonder if staff have any comments in terms of our ability to track how long a development permit, for example, sits without an occupancy permit being applied for, that could suggest a property sits empty for more than 1, 2, 3 years, isn't actually occupied, but it's a bit of a loophole of not being charged the empty homes tax.
Staff doesn't necessarily track in terms of projects how long it takes to develop, because under that development they are exempt if it's actively being worked on. I would suggest that I think the consideration is there are financial implications for developers if they're in the middle of the project and they're stalling that to get an occupancy permit, which will allow them to start selling their units. That I'm not sure what kind of incentives
You're making
are
an
there.
assumption that it's a developer as opposed to a homeowner builder, right?
Right.
A property owner who's building a single family home.
I would say majority of the properties we're seeing that's going through it, like a big population is developers in terms of developing most of the new properties. There are certainly like homeowners that are doing it, but the scale is a lot smaller.
So if a resident does inquire that is there a line, like what direction do we provide to the public who are concerned of something like this happening in their neighborhood? It does come up more often than
Right,
I think we realize.
Yeah, we do have 311. Staff had made changes in terms of on the website to make it a lot more easier and prominent to report on these tips, as well as the 311 do take all tips, and staff does investigate every tip that comes in.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Okay. So seeing no one else, move. Sorry? Yeah. No, okay. Oh. Okay, so we're now going to move, we're going to move to hear from members of the public. So I'd like to remind council and members of the public that public speakers may speak up to 3 minutes, and council may not ask questions of speakers. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they're residents of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Stephen McClure.
Oh, this is great. Good afternoon. I guess I'm opposed. I'm here today on behalf of the Unjust Property Tax Coalition. We would like to make the following points. The core purpose of the EHT was to bring vacant homes onto the rental market. After 5 years, there are few remaining homes to penalize relative to housing demand and fewer still in the future. In absolute numbers, a few hundred. Our coalition represents owners of secondary homes who occupy them intermittently throughout the year. The EHT penalizes us if they are not used for a minimum proven total of 6 months. It therefore encourages renting short-term. But housing demand is for long-term rental, and recent provincial legislation is aimed at discouraging and limiting short-term rentals like Airbnb. The result, as outlined in our April 25th submission to Council, is that our members are more inclined to sell outright rather than enter the retail market. The EHT has been adjusted in the past by adding legitimate exemptions, a recent addition being for medical need. We continue to press for an exemption for seniors with either professional or volunteer ties with Vancouver or intergenerational family ties within metropolitan Vancouver. Many young families cannot afford to reside in the city proper, but do so in metropolitan Vancouver. Seniors' proximity and flexibility allow for bidirectional family support and facilitate generational family wealth transfer and middle-class retention within city boundaries. This enhances the city's social resilience. The secondary purpose of the EHT is to fund affordable housing initiatives, but EHT revenues are declining and will continue to do so. Our coalition urges Council to ask city staff to assess the impact of expanding exemptions for seniors as outlined and introduce a social resiliency surtax as a better revenue-generating alternative. I would like to add a personal note. I spoke to the Council on May the 10th, as you may recall, about the difficulties the EHT had created for my wife and me. At that time, Mayor Sim expressed sympathy for our situation. You said it sucked, and it does. But Council did nothing to ameliorate the obvious injustice being done to people like us, and our appeal against our EHT assessment of $19,110 for 2021 was rejected. We have applied for a review of that decision. I would urge you to amend the bylaw so that situations like ours can be avoided. I suggest reducing the 6-month residency requirement. I wonder if any of you think that my wife and I, seniors who are retired and semi-retired respectively, should pay $19,110 just because we didn't live in our home in Kits quite long enough in 2021 when the pandemic had a major effect on my family members' plans. Please give us back our hard-earned money and restore our faith in democracy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so that's the end of our speakers list for this item. Thank you for addressing Council. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Clausen, thank you. Seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? Oh, sorry. I should put my glasses on more often. Okay, so that was actually moved by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Bly. So seeing no one in the queue, why don't we put this to a vote? Okay, and the passes unanimously. So that completes report number 4. The next item on the docket is report number 5. Decision Integrity Commissioner Investigation Report. Does any member wish to declare a conflict? Councillor Boyle.
Yes, I will declare a conflict because the report relates to me.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to declare a conflict as well, because I followed the report. So with that, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you.
Do you need the notes or?
I think I can. I'm good. I got the notes here.
You got them?
Oh, that's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Council, for your patience. A couple comments I have. Councillor Boyle and Mayor Sim have recused on conflict of interest. For report 5, please note there are no registered speakers for this item. Recommendation, and as a result, recommendation A is not required. This recommendation read that prior to consideration of this matter, council resolved by a 2/3 vote not to hear speakers on this matter. Please note, Councillor Boyle has circulated a letter to council in regards to this matter. You do have that in your inbox. It was circulated this morning. We have Jason Twa, Assistant Director, Civic Litigation, here to answer any questions of council. Council, are there any questions? And let's take a look at the queue. I'm seeing no one on the queue for questions. Could I get someone to move the staff report and recommendations? Moved by Councillor Claassen, seconder. Councillor Zhou. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Sorry. I won't call the question.
Thanks. Just to be clear, recommendation,
manager?
recommendation C actually requires council to make a decision. It provides alternatives. So the recommendations can't actually be moved as written.
Okay. Okay. I'm just going to pull up the report so we can have. Staff, can we just put that up on the screen as well, just for ease? I'm just pulling up my own report. So, City Manager, if I just may ask a question of clarification here. We've dispensed with A, it's not necessary. B is to review the investigation report issued by the Integrity Commissioner as attached. And C, there were no sanctions recommended. So are you suggesting we don't need, it would be up to council to move?
So so B can be moved as written.
As written?
Yeah, C recommends that council either endorse the recommendation from the Integrity Commissioner or alternatively impose sanctions, which council would determine. So council needs to decide which of those two options you're planning to proceed with.
Okay, thank
on
you.
C.
On C, okay, thank you. Council, is that, so we've got B and C on the screen. Is that clear? We do need a mover of B and will we still need a mover of C though if there's no sanction, if there's no, or no C at all? Maybe I can look to the clerks on that one. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So Councillor Bly, are you moving B and the C with the last portion of the sentence struck? Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Can I get a seconder to that? I saw Councillor Clausen's hand first. Any discussion? No? Okay. I don't see any discussion, so I'll call the question on B and the amended C. All in favor? Aye. And that carry, oh, sorry, we'll have to do it on screen, so vote on your screen, please, sorry. Apologies. And that passes unanimously. Now, to declare conflicts. Thank you, Council. That completes the item. Can someone get the mayor back? I don't know how far away he is.
We have quorum, we can just keep going. Oh, there we go. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. The next item on the docket is bylaws. So we have 10 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who are not present for the meetings related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meetings if they wish to vote on enactment. Bylaw number 4 is from the public hearing of July the 11th, 2023. Councillors Carr, Fry, and myself were not present at the public hearing and need to review the proceedings to be eligible to vote. Councillor Carr, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on the enactment? Sorry, what was that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry? And I have not as well. Would someone like to move the motion to adopt bylaws 1 through 10? Great. So I think that was Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Bly. Council, is there any discussion? Councillor Bly?
Oh, sorry,
So
that's a holdover.
previous. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, okay. All those in favor, say yay. Okay. All those opposed, say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. The list of the approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Okay, administrative motions. There are 2 administrative motions on the agenda today. Number 1, approval of form of development 2086 to 2098 West 7th Avenue and 2091 West 8th Avenue. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? No? Okay. Council, are there any questions for team members? And Councillor Dominato, I see you on the list.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, just a quick question. City Manager, do we have staff here to address any questions related to the form of development on West 7th and 8th? We do. Oh, there they are. I just have a clarifying question. I think most of council received some correspondence on this topic, and I actually wasn't particularly clear on the letter writer's correspondence about concerns over public art on the site or on the building, and I didn't see that actually in the form of development documents. And so could staff, are you familiar with this? And I'm sorry, I didn't forward the letter in advance. I'm not clear about both the words and language in it, and so just maybe staff could address that.
Sure. Thanks so much for the question, Councillor. Derek Robinson, Development Planner. I'm not specifically familiar with the letter that you're referring to, but I'm happy to speak a little bit to the proposed sort of art on the building. There is a proposed sort of text art installation that's anticipated to be along the greenway, along a section of blank wall. And so, to be clear, this is not required public art, and so it's not required to go through our typical process. However, the applicant has indicated that they will, and actually has already begun to reach out to our public art coordinator to kind of explore a process that's appropriate for this. Not so much the look of the art, really it's a text piece, and so it's to engage a local, someone appropriate to determine what sort of the appropriate text that would be on it, perhaps the city's Polaroid or something, but they'll work through the public art coordinator at the city here, but it's an entirely voluntary process.
And that hasn't been complete yet, though, so.
No, they're just beginning and undertaking that process.
Okay, that's great. And then just my other question was, I recall from earlier discussions that there was potentially going to be some sort of courtyard space or open space I thought it was on the back side of the building, on the Arbutus side. And I just, again, couldn't tell from the designs when I looked at it as to whether that is still, there is some kind of outdoor or common space contemplated outside.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much. Yeah, so this was included in the rezoning and it's still maintained in the DP. It's been refined, some of the details. So there is a courtyard within the building that would be for the residents' use. And then there's some glazing and a door that can open up onto the greenway. And so within an engineering SRW, there is sort of a temporary open space, public open space on the greenway. And that'll remain in effect if and when an actual streetcar or something goes through. That space would need to be repurposed for that. But in the meantime, there will be publicly accessible open space between the building and the actual greenway paths.
Okay. Okay, I think that addresses my questions. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Would someone like to move a motion? Councillor Bly, thank you. Seconded, Councillor Boyle. Council, is there any discussion? No? Okay. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Number 2, sorry, Councillor Bly. Okay. Resolution, closure of a portion of road adjacent to 181 West Georgia Street. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this motion? Okay, Council, are there any questions for team members? Oh, Councillor Bly, did I accidentally? No, okay. Okay, seeing none, would someone like to move a motion? Great, Councillor Meisner, I think that was seconded by Councillor Dominato. Council, is there any discussion? No? Okay, all those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. Great, the motion carries unanimously. Okay, notice of council member motions. Are there any notice of council member motions for upcoming standing committee meetings? This is just a reminder to please state the title of the motion and the date of the standing committee meeting on which you intend to move the motion, and be sure to send the title and date to the standing committee meeting, of the standing committee meeting by email to the city clerk. Wow, we got a bunch. Okay, Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I have a notice of motion for Wednesday, November 15th. And the motion is titled Building Inclusive Communities That Work for All Residents.
Great, thank you very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I have a motion for November 15th, Working with Youth Climate Corps, Vancouver.
Thank you very much. Councillor Montague.
Thanks, Mayor. I notice motion for a standing committee on Wednesday, November the 15th, and the motion is titled Increasing FSR on Multiplexes to Existing Sewer Capacity.
Thank you very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. We're going to have a busy day that day. I have a notice of motion also for November 15th. It's entitled Unlocking Shaughnessy, Building Affordable Housing Options for All of Us.
Awesome. Great. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I also have a notice of motion on the Wednesday, November 15, on the Standing Committee of Cities Finance Services. The motion is titled Enhancing Housing Density Near Under-Enrolled Vancouver Schools. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Klassen.
Thank you, Mayor. Have a notice of motion for Wednesday, November 15th at Standing Committee, submitted by Councillor Dominato and myself, reducing barriers to allow for the expansion of childcare services citywide.
Great, thank you very much. And I have a notice of motion for the Standing Committee meeting on November the 15th as well, for a motion titled Delivering a New Supply of Middle Income Housing in Vancouver. Councillor Bly. Oh, that's it. Okay. Great. Anyone else? Last chance? Okay. Thank you very much. New business. Council, are there any items of new business? Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I have a leave of absence for civic business for tomorrow, November 1st, from 9:30 a.m. to noon.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. Inquiries and other matters. Council, are there any inquiries or other matters? Oh, sorry. Okay, so moved by Councillor, sorry, I heard something. Oh, Councillor Boyle, seconded by Councillor Joe. Oh, sorry. Moved. It's late. You're being very generous. I'm just not doing my job properly. So moved by Councillor Bly, seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favor say yay. Okay. All those opposed say nay. Great. Passes unanimously. Okay, Council, are there any inquiries or other matters that you'd like to bring to our attention? Seeing no one in the queue, are we sure? Okay. So why don't, can we get a motion to adjourn? Okay, Councillor Fry, was that you? Sir. All right, and seconded by Councillor Boyle. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say nay. Great, the meeting's adjourned. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye. Thank you very much. Happy Halloween, everyone. Enjoy your families. It's scaring people.